Hello and welcome to Odin's Gaming. I am Extediant DM and my friends, starting with one person.
I'm Westfield and I'm playing Rin.
Riodots, and I'm playing Percy, the Tiefling Sorcerer.
Texas Tibbers, I'm playing Astra.
Last time on D&D, what happened?
Last time on D&D, we met with a couple of the Doom Raiders, namely the Istrid, who was going by a different name that I don't remember off the top of my head. And we had passed her the body of, as we had spoken to, and then passed her the body of, Urstal Floxen. And then after that, we had spoken to Istrid, and she had told us to go talk to the gnome that runs the potion shop, who then said that he would give us the go-ahead, and we also went to him to dispose of the body, and he said that we had his vote, but we have to get a majority of the votes from the runners of the good guy Xanathar or Zentarum. And so we need to go talk to Tashlan. And also Verandar Levelstone, one of which was the one that works for the guard, who's one of the leaders of the guard in like the North Gate, I think it was. Possible.
There's something to the effect of Tashlan was captain of the guard.
Mm-hmm. Verandar might have been the one that was following. No, there was one that he mentioned that was following us.
Oh.
But he told us that they're quite touchy, and we should tread with caution. But also, they like people being forward and forthcoming. Your sort of fighter type, and that they would probably be our best bet to get someone, because we don't currently know where Dabble is, and the other person that doesn't really like. Instead, mostly likes Batmaning.
And what happened to Zord?
That is going to be happening very soon, if not immediately. I think we were going to go try to talk to Tashlan first to like kind of get these guys on board, and then go bring our regards to Zord. They've done some light amounts of dealing in the past, and as long as hopefully no one's just like in particular holding a big grudge, things seem to be going rather smooth. We're headed to the guard post where Tashlan is.
Okay. So we are proceeding. Probably don't need it. You guys make your way from the trade ward itself for several blocks where you wind up a rather foreign part of the city. You guys don't visit the southern ward all that much, but finding captain of the guard is difficult to matter, at least where they're stationed.
This is the side that has the like refugee camp on the other side of it?
No.
Or
that's the opposite. This is the one that butts up next to the dock.
Ah, right. Technically not the dock.
So you guys would be going here.
Okay. Right, she runs the like guard tower that's up.
Yes. So yeah, her titles are that she's the master of arms and mercenaries. Waterdeep and you also a bodyguard to Borindar Levelstone, who was a dwarf magister stationed at the south gate. Ziraj is the Batman.
Raj. And who is the potion maker?
Schemo Weird Bottle.
Love it when their names are also just what they do, so I don't have to write 2 words. No way I look at that name and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's the carpenter that we got ordered our shelves from. Alright, cool. So yeah, I think that we're heading pretty much straight there to get an audience with Ashlan. If we can.
Okay. So, guys, make your way to the south gate. Train takes a little bit, otherwise you're when you guys approach the southeast gate, you can currently see that they're open, that there's a general bustle of travel going through. Every so often, one of these wagons or carts are stopped. It's seemingly questioned or at least asked something. Usually noticed. There are 2 fortified towers that are up on the right side. There is a kind of like an overpass above the arch. Got out window. You can see several.
Probably, is there someone that's like on ground level?
Yes.
At the gate?
For sure.
I probably approach one of the guards at the gate. Greetings. I was actually looking for someone who works in the area. I think maybe you can help me out.
Greetings, citizen.
Specifically, I'm looking for Tashlan. I believe she works on the tower here.
Yes, she does. She oversees all the affairs.
I have a message I need delivered to her, if you don't mind.
Sure, she should be probably on the overpass. Make your way up the tower, just seeing her.
Fantastic, thank you, sir. We head towards, I assume, one of the towers to make our way up?
Yep. There's a few guards standing close to the gate, but mentioning that you just need to deliver a message. They straight right this way, and they lead you up a set of spiral stairs. Yeah. Approximately 4 stories or so up, it levels out. There wasn't much in between. Most of the things, the tower seems mostly just to get to the top. And it levels out into a floor where you can see a few deaths that have been at one point hastily put there, but temporary permanence is more of the style that just ended up being the case. You see a ton of different boxes filled with different items such as like cloths. You see a table with a bunch of guards that are scribbling over said desks. Along the walkway that extends between towers that oversees, you can see probably a small little retinue of actual city guards armed with crossbows that are kind of like, they're heavy crossbows that are stationed against the arrow slits for defensive posture. Other than that, there seems to be a dwarf and a female human talking. One is dressed up in black robes, the dwarf is.
As the expert of profiling that I am, I'm not leaning into any stereotypes or anything. I assume maybe I approach softly to like not like butt into their conversation, but like make ourselves kind of known. The awkward kind of like.
They seem to be in rather heated debate, but much about anyone who spends any time in Tashland's kind of like bubble. Just a commonality with her. They seem to be arguing about the number of people. A larger merkin. And so this takes a few minutes. You see at one point the Magister catches your eye. And it's like, oh. Attempts to hurry up said conversation. It still takes about. Seems to run out of air. Well, very well. I think I have visitors, so let me see to those matters, and then we can resume on to. He turns and he strides over to you. Hello. Welcome. Okay.
Thank you.
We're under Levelstone. How can I help?
No, absolutely no offense meant. We were actually here to speak with Ashlan.
Oh, well, he's in the mood. Good luck. They're here to see you. I'll be back, I guess. And he, where's that? Jesus. But he just kind of like scours off rather quickly beneath the robes. So Tashlin turns towards you. Who are you and what do you want?
Actually, we were
here for him.
Actually, we were here for that guy. Someone said you're the bodyguard of. Actually, had a message that we wanted to deliver to you in private, if that's okay. Is he still in the room?
No, he actually descended the stairs. There's a few officers along like the wall. There's officers on both sides of the tower.
Okay.
So the privacy would be. Very well. Over here. And so she walked back the way that you guys went, and she's, everybody get out! And they just walk downstairs. What is it that you...
We had actually just spoken with Schemo, who sent us over, as well as Istrid and a couple of other associates of ours. There's... we're looking to get the sign-off on a potential political move in the city that Emo said you may be interested in. It involves the allying, potentially seeking an ally in the Drow, or in the Dock Ward currently.
For the course of like your openings, and so you see that upon your mentioning of her associates, and then later labeling them her associates. And then open
I specifically said our associates.
Yeah, our associates. And then labeling partnership of the Drow. She's just gotten more like tie-dyed and like red in the face, and she's like, "You have no posture, do you? You just walk in here and say the most craziest of shit. Of course we're gonna want those weapons. Why the hell else would we have ordered them? What is wrong with you?"
I don't mean to be blunt, but wanted to keep things as to the point as I could.
Do we have a name for the Drow organization other than labeling them by their race? I know they're Jalaxles men, but I don't know. We could
probably call them the folks at the circus, or
call this Maiden's Fair or Bregandareth.
Bregandareth, that was the other one.
I was thinking of like a more, or a less, their undercover name, more of like their actual.
Would be Bregandareth.
Because that was the secret. Cool. But like I said, I didn't intend to be quite so blunt, but wanted to, if possible, I didn't want to tiptoe around the matter too much.
Fair enough. Candidness is appreciated. Why would we want to ally with them?
They're powerful. They most likely would have interest in helping you all with your establishments in the city. They probably would very much like to have an open channel to said organizations. But I think that they specifically could help out with the evil twin syndrome that you guys are.
So much for being blunt.
I keep people can tell me not to say his name, so.
Evil twin syndrome. That's a very good way of characterizing their situation.
Why haven't you gone to Dabble?
We didn't actually know where Dabble was. We heard that he had was having conversations with some guards, so we didn't want to interrupt that.
Our bargaining chip is not exactly of indefinite use.
We were looking to get as much sign off as possible as soon as possible, so we can go and actually speak to the drow themselves to.
Why do you seem so interested?
We've got our own missions in the city, and we have specifically. It would be incredibly beneficial to us to have the evil twin and the drow off our backs for a while. We think that lightly allying with the drow would be really beneficial to us in our ventures.
Speaking of you, who the hell are you?
We're the Featherdale Few.
No,
We've
never
been
mind.
here
I
for
know.
okay.
Adventurers.
Adventurers.
I feel like it would behoove us to be honest with the fact that we want something from their evil twin, but I don't know how to bring that up without being like asked what it is that we want, and then I don't know if we're telling people what it is that we want.
I mean, so
'Cause they've got a stone, and we want their stone. That's why
Yeah.
we want them gone, so we can take their stone.
my intention is to like. We're probably gonna have to be honest about what we're like actually trying to get out of the situation. My hope is that the allure of having this powerful ally and like potentially like allying up to take out the Manchun faction will be enough to where they just like they're pretty cool with it. Plus, we have the option or we have the ideal that eventually there's going to be a large influx of money back into the city that might need a passage to flow through that's not 100% legitimate as the Harpers kind of send the money back out into the ecosystem.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I'm thinking from the perspective of Zentarum, right?
Mhm.
Like, their probably ideal situation is not that the Harpers get all the money.
Right.
And as much as we'd like to convince them that, like, hey, no, yeah, you should go to the Harpers because
Mhm.
we're with the Harpers,
Right.
and we're sending all the money. Don't worry, it'll flow down into your criminal organization eventually. Is a particularly compelling argument.
Well, I
I'm
think
a little worried as all.
I think that like the my thinking and potentially something that we could bring the Harpers themselves into in the situation is like getting them to be like when they do the putting money back into the ecosystem, like they're gonna need they probably do already have channels to do that, but like if these guys are establishing their like underground network that operates as channels to do that for the Harpers. And so like obviously everyone wants the horde and whatnot, but my hopes overall is that they'll be willing to pass on the horde ideally, or the horde like literally, to get the oomph of the horde into the city ecosystem and also get themselves more implanted in the city.
It's your plan, and I'll follow along.
Mm-hmm.
How's Astra taking this company?
She doesn't have to. Doesn't have anything to do with revenge or getting the stone or like the only thing that this does like this we know who's responsible for killing the kids. So now we are on a mission to get all the pieces of the Stone of the Galore and then make bank off of it. So this sounds like a plan that
I do explain that we We have certain things that we're looking to get specifically. Us as a group are planning on some infiltration of the evil twin, so to speak. Well, we have some plans of infiltrating and taking some items that they have in their possession currently that are relevant to the adventure that we're currently on. But
and based on some of the stuff you brought, I would be willing to consent based on two things. One, talk to their leader, see about negotiating oak pattern agreement.
Oak pattern agreement?
Oak powder.
Yeah,
yeah,
smoke
smoke
powder.
signals.
That's
exactly what I heard.
That's what I heard too.
That's snow powder.
No powder agreement.
They import
We wish to
snow
make it
because
sleep
water.
in
It has-
Waterdeep.
It has been a while since it snowed in Waterdeep.
Do what are you doing? Evil twins hideout. Who are to gather as many of their weapons. Return it to me.
Seems completely reasonable. Is there a specific location you'd like us to drop this? Presumably.
Devil will be free by then.
Fantastic.
Report if any.
My agreement. Third chip to the bargain. 3 of the 5. I'm sure there will be others who will be part of all.
I was less worried about getting a reward from that. More worried about like having the manpower to do the operation as we are current. But fair enough.
I think that our
Oh, surely you
Ideal.
3 adventurers don't need help.
I think that our ideal plan is that these guys are going to start loudly infiltrating at some point with lots of bangs and smokes and pew pews, and then at that same time we'll likely be doing our own.
What's your current reputation?
I think we're +1 with the Zentarum currently. No, actually, maybe.
We have 2 renowned with the Zentarum.
Sometimes I had a page where I had their own.
I don't know when this will. When it's like, you can't get behind door number 3 because.
I think that
I
we.
assume it's been relevant every time we have a conversation with
Yeah, I'm
anyone.
sure
most
the amount
part.
of information you give, but also I want.
We've been getting health potion discounts. Plus, Istrid showing up probably had something to do with the renown health. Where if she had no reason to trust us, or if we had like not enough renown, they're like, nah, they ain't shit. Like, I ain't going to them to hide out.
Emo gave you a potion for like nothing too. So that's from the Zentarum. The potion discounts have been through Harper's.
Also, I do gotta say, I've got these water breathing potions burning a hole in my pocket, and
Just drink them.
no,
Or breathe them.
I gotta save it in case we need to do like an epic escape off the pirate ship after we fuck this up.
Yeah, drink one and breathe the other.
Okay. So with it, your Zentarum. What was it? That one.
Eat.
How many friendship does it take?
You have to have 5 hearts. But if at 3 hearts, you can either go to Espion or Umbria.
But what's the thing?
Yeah, that's 5.
I need one more to become a Fey Harper.
Well, you'll have 3 of Harper's and
Or one of them.
Well, now we need to
Sounds like we have one more stop to make. Sincerely appreciate it. We'll make sure to send word probably.
I shall formally write something up. Deliver on the behalf of the
Be great, actually.
Wait here just a moment.
She's a better letter writer than we are. If she walks back here with a letter that says, haha, you're fucked, we're gonna be kind of screwed.
Get fucked, just kidding. And then she stabs us as we're reading it.
So it takes her some time. She comes back with a rather lengthily written letter that goes through front and back. She folds it, seals it, and puts it in an envelope. Seal said envelope.
Fantastic.
You guys reckon this letter? And then you said letter. Or Fox does.
I think that we could stop Rocks before he consumes the whole letter. Astra, however.
We have a goat home.
I mean, you also have an on-demand fire elemental. We
Yeah.
could probably eat it pretty quickly.
You could also just burn it up when he appears.
I think the thing is, I would probably still. Most reliable way.
So we probably make our leave from here. I think the only thing before we head straight to the dock ward is, do we want to like change clothes in any significant
Good luck. Visors.
really need to say? Because we're also just going, like, basically just going to the circus. Went to the circus? I don't think that's where you do that.
Well,
You probably could, but
this is the worst timeline. Okay.
listen, if you think that Percy hasn't scouted out somewhere in the city a spell scroll of ceremony, just so we can possibly have that on hand in case it comes relevant. I was thinking about that the other day, where it's like I was super excited about the spell versatility when playing a sorcerer, and then they took spell versatility away, and I was like, man, that's such a bummer. But I do have access to so many spell scrolls. Like, so many spell scrolls. Could just start, like, amassing a spell book of spell scrolls of 2 different classes. Maybe that's just how you're supposed to play sorcerers.
Maybe.
I finally get it.
Alright, everybody, give me a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
Wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
Your red one.
Yeah, that's not very good.
At disadvantage.
I am feeling lucky
Wisdom?
today.
Yeah.
15.
Is it against a spell or other magical effect?
Fair warning
We did.
on this.
No, yeah, we haven't printed out new ones yet, but it's updated on your thing.
Yes, it is a magical effect.
Can I get normal roll? 17.
Lucky. Go. Okay. Question. Do I believe with lucky you are supposed to choose, you can choose any of the 3 dice that got rolled?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So I got a 16.
We know what we're making.
Nope.
We're still at the top of the.
Nope.
Our way.
We're on our way
Downtown.
to this.
Nope.
We are asleep.
Not anymore.
In a big dark room. We're in the corner, and Prometheus already been.
Fell into a man.
Take off that sheet.
Yeet.
Your characters are over there.
Because. Okay.
Where are we at?
You are arrayed on the steps in there.
Steps.
Articulate that upwards ever so slightly. Maybe a lot more than slightly.
Dude, I can't. Okay, just hold on. Do you see OBS right now?
Yeah.
Do you see my face? Okay.
He's a snowmiser.
Listen, it's actually as white as my skin. Yep.
It's very snowy.
Makes me happy. But it also makes me laugh.
And put this lady in there with you.
Cha.
She is a lady.
Lady. A lady with the 3 stones of galore to hand to us.
Is it with the lady that we were just talking
No.
If I remember that mini, it's definitely the cleric lady from the hearth.
So, you guys don't really awake. You come to consciousness in a sense of now you can start gathering memory. You are here. You have none of your possessions except for whatever clothing you were. Anything that you were having inside of your jackets and such is gone. So
all of my stuff is gone?
all of your stuff is gone except for the clothing that you.
They should have a button for all of my stuff is gone, but it's probably temporary, hopefully. So save everything, but get it out of here.
Nothing's really, not that much has changed for me in this situation.
So, you lose one of your castings of your druid or wild shape, and one of your level 2s, two of your level 1s.
Because she failed her save.
I rolled a 15.
Don't know.
Do we know if we failed our
I think
saves
we're
or
currently just getting an assessment of us
The
waking
world
up.
tree?
Yeah.
Fair.
You were 15, you said?
Huh? See, I lost a wild shape?
You lost a wild shape. Ron, you lose 2 level 1s. You lost 1 level 2, and level 1.
Level 1s.
The fact that I even casted a level 2 at any time, even if we've lost our memory, means fucking crazy shit.
Ryan, you lost 2 level 2s to
Level 2, level 1.
Actually,
When the freak
stream
is
site.
happening?
1 level 2 and 1 of your coaches.
One level 2, 2 level 1s, and a sorcery point?
Yep. And then Colin, one of your psychic dice has gone down 1 level. And then Colin, you'll take 2 damage. Ryan, you take 7.
Were we at full health before this?
Yes. Yes.
And I'm losing 2 health, you said?
2, 6, 7.
Why?
Why indeed?
I'm ready to fucking murder.
So you two are wearing your clothing.
Okay.
You are wearing a robe of black in color. You acknowledge that you're wearing your current clothes underneath of said robe.
Is it like recognizable in any way as a type of robe that matches like either the black robes as robes or the robes the guy we just saw or any of those things?
Drunk on the town, you wake up in a foreign place wearing somebody's not your clothes. No,
or
it is
just like
like
generic nondescript.
It is a
black
very,
robe.
it is very specifically a generic nondescript black and hooded robe. There's a black sash that you have tied around your waist.
Ooh, do I recognize sacrifice?
This is just like a fraternity thing.
Do I recognize like
You
this
like
is
an
a
initiation
sacrifice
like
robe?
this is similar at the
Sacrificial robe.
monastery.
Make a religion check.
Or like a baptism robe.
Oh, okay. Make a religion check. You recognize these robes to have enough cut to them, like they're well made enough that they seem to serve some kind of
Clergy.
kind of clerical purpose. Yes.
When you join the clergy,
The lady in here,
gonna die.
is bleeding. She seems to have several cuts throughout her body. You guys, while feeling stiff from your injuries, because of you two, but you seem mostly fine. Like you bumped your toe on the way down or something.
Yeah, I don't even have toes.
I know. It's rough.
I bumped all my toes off.
You only had 2 toes left, so the vestiges of your useless appendages have taken their last full of HP. So you start collecting memories again from this point forward, based on your different differences. What you guys are able to piece together with each other is you left the guard tower. We're going back to the inn to deal with either change of clothes, check on the bar for the day, and then you were preparing yourselves to go with. You don't really remember much. You had a 16. You had a 17. Okay. So you experience nothing. It's like you were walking down the tower. Now you're here, and you can feel that you've been drained in some capacity. You have a nice long gash across your hand.
No, I do not.
You have a nice long gash across your hand, and you can feel like you've casted magic recently, and you also know that you. That is basically all that you really got. You remember kind of this scuffle in an alley, a lot of shouting, and some intense magic being applied. And don't remember much else. You remember that you were able to hide at the beginning of it. At least that's what you think. And at some point you gained consciousness enough to see the inside of this robe as you're donning it, sort of thing. And you also kind of have this really almost like muddy / like filled with sediment taste that's like on the tip of your tongue. You remember drinking something, not water. That's how you guys awake to start. So where's here? Here is extremely dark. There's like a single candle light in the corner of the room. We'll say north is towards the cameras over there. So in the northwest corner of the room, there's literally just a candle that is burning. There's no wax dripping down from it though, and it's just sitting on the sconce up like about 15 feet up in the room. casting a very, very, very shallow light source that people see with both through dark vision and somewhat how you're able to. Her breathing seems rather labored. She is not.
I try to grab the candle with me.
Okay.
I probably like seems like a situation to mildly panic.
Do we see a door?
Yes, you do.
Does the door have a window, latch, bars, light coming?
First check, are few of you okay?
So the door itself just looks almost like a door that you would see in the houses of Waterdeep. Everything in here, you're kind of like on a like almost a gravel like floor. You can see really almost hacked away into dirt and stone, like these crude sense of stairs around you, and then just opens up ever so slightly into the rest of this chamber that is just really crudely hewn away by almost primitive tools, purposes of like renovating something. Almost like they cut into a rock, on the edge of that rock, started cutting into the floor, like the ground. It's just extremely discomforting. It's very humid in here. Seems to be like no flowing air when it comes to that, and you guys are all just kind of like on the edge of uncomfortably warm down here.
I remember coming through
Yeah, I would say that you remember the like very vaguely that door. There seems to be a hallway behind it.
The are we basically just like what's on the other end of this staircase?
That's just like pure stone slab. The mage hand lifts this candle out. As soon as the candle is lifted out of the sconce, the light.
Understand. I bring it over and I try to relight it.
It like sputters and has a few sparks here and there. It goes out again. As soon as you stop investing magic.
I probably at that point then just I join with Rin. I think Rin, you currently have the glasses, right?
Nope, I don't have any of my possessions.
Oh yeah, none of our possessions, huh?
I can't see for shit. What cantrips y'all have?
I have
Lighter,
light,
dancing
but
light.
I slightly worried about using. I probably just mage hand put the candle back into the sconce, then start trying to assess the situation in between my friends and making sure that they're not freaking out.
Mildly freaking out.
Somebody has painted toes on his.
That'd be freaky as shit.
That would be real weird. Yeah, just a quick run through of asking what does anyone remember, saying what I remember. Everything's we gotta be
How big is this room?
careful.
Roughly.
How far?
About 0 feet right now. Thing is pure pitch black.
Does the candle relight when I put it back in?
It doesn't. You can see that it's not just like a standard like holster for a candle. You can see it's a little bit more intricate of a sconce if you approach it.
Percy, can you make some light in here?
I can make some light, but have to be, like I said, we have to be careful. No idea where we.
Up to the. I know that
So from your brief come to, you've got some kind of semblance of what the area looks like around you. So maybe your foot brushes against the side of the stairs as you're like trying to lean over, but you're mostly identifying her based on the labored breathing. It sounds really hollow. It's kind of like hitting flat But the acoustics in this room are
What
really
does that mean?
like her voice and like the sounds of you guys talking sounds really kind of like it's a room without reverb. Just hits the walls and then it just feel like if you were screaming here, sound just completely off from what you would normally expect to hear.
Great analogy.
Okay, I mean that's reassuring. I probably like rip part of my like rip off part of my sleeve. Sure, yeah, I grab the candle.
It bites it and the candle just goes no, the candle is dark. But it doesn't remain like the wick immediately goes.
Start firebolting lightly.
Very like probe effect of just the briefest glimpse of like this cavernous room. The shadows are playing tricks off of each other. There's like some stalactite type based things at the top that just throw these like almost you think shadowy teeth across the backdrop of the ceiling.
If you had like a Roman candle, you were just holding in a dark room and just like firing at the walls.
So, I assess whether or not I'm on a ship. Or if I'm in a cave.
There's a lot more in tone with it.
You saw the stone.
I know if I smell sewer. Smell anything? Black powder.
No, it's just mostly that humid, earthy.
I don't smell the sea.
I continue with the tearing of the shirt sleeve off, and like probably as she's like half panic firebolting all over the place, just grab Astra's hand, the one that has a gash in it, and tie the fabric around her hand, and then cast light on.
Combo.
Combo. Gotta
Is it light?
It is like
figure out
Good.
where
I walk
we
over
are,
to the lady with the light.
who this is, and how the hell we got here.
with this amount of light, you can see in the southwest corner, basically same side over here, but back over here, there seems to be some kind of weird bronze dagger that's almost like not serrated, but almost like serpentine.
Curvy serpentine.
Yeah,
blade
it looks like
thing?
a ritualistic dagger. You can clearly note that there's some blood on the end of it, and there's droplets that were like on this trail. Like you can actually trace it across the ground from the steps up on the dais where you guys are down to that back corner, as like very sparsely. It seemed to have been thrown.
Does have good enough.
Do I have a way of knowing if this is self-inflicted? Top to bottom? Or is it left-handed?
Make a medicine check. Don't think that this would have been a wound.
Is it just like laying on the floor?
It is. Yeah, it's just like it was discarded and then tossed like carelessly.
Is there a vicious like altar that we're standing next to that we didn't notice before that like where this blood trail leads to?
Nope.
Or is this like
Did it
the middle
lead
of the room?
to me?
No, it like the blood trail started probably the closest square to me in the center of this room.
But knife's over here,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
The blood trail goes from the knife to here?
Yeah, around there. where there seems to be a small pool of mostly dried up blood.
Does the cuts that she have on her look like knife cuts?
They do.
Where the fuck are we?
Wait, correct.
You can tend to her. Pretty tapped, so you got at
Huh?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Well, whatever's happened, we've cast some pretty serious magic.
Oh, we
I
didn't do anything
reach
out
for
of
my
character.
tarot card.
That are not on you. But they seem to have missed one. Randomly draw one. Never on. Actually, I'll draw it for you.
No.
Reach for your tarot cards.
That's easy.
Yes,
ever
whatever
get-
has happened to us is very evil. We should find out.
You ever get mugged and robbed, and then the people who mugged you are like, this chick's got tarot cards. That she's suspicious as fuck. Here's a suspicious ass tarot card to leave on her.
When you go to reach for your tarot cards, and you were kind of being, like you were talking to Percy to oversee the lady, you see that this has been placed on the front side of her gown.
The death?
Is the charlatan.
Wendell. They took all our stuff. Laying on the lady.
Yep, it's just like open face, like almost near her collarbone line. And there seems to be rather perturbingly intricate and precise cuts made the visible part of the collarbone before it plunges down into the rest of her dress. And the
I
cards
attempt to
on
wake her up.
I do a quick, like, just like body check for, specifically I'm just checking for, like, we have our clothes. I'm like, do we have, like, boot dagger? Do I have, like, my focus / holy symbol? Do I have, like, anything of that nature of the, like, small items left?
When you're looking around, your boot dagger is not there. You find that as you're looking around, you see bits and pieces of like the chain. So how does your
Specifically, Percy's holy symbol is the one from his backstory that is a almost entirely like worn down, faded holy symbol of the of what's her face. Yeah, the one. It's the one that he took from the caravan that rescued him from the dragon attack when they were kids.
So you are not able to.
Okay.
Do I see a door in there?
You do. You see
Okay,
the door.
I attempt to
Oh.
wake her up.
Okay. You attempt to wake her up. Go ahead and make another medicine check.
Not trying very hard. That failed.
You attempt to rouse her, but she just shakes almost lifelessly. Only given alive by the fact that she clearly breathes.
How about spell that I can cast? I'm going to twin cast Healing Word and cast one of them on Africa and the other one on
I was just looking spell casting rules in general. Should be able to cast any cantrip and anything that doesn't have a material component cost.
Yeah. My thing costs sorcery points. Yeah, healing word, so it is 4 plus 3. Should I roll separately for each of them? Astra, you are my new glow in the dark dice. You heal for 5. And the lady heals for 7.
With a kind of like bolting shudder, she like sits upright and like screams, and it like hits the walls and just deadpan stops, and it looks like you guys are in a mute. And then she just like starts seizing and falls back down to the floor, and it's just kind of like shaking there violently.
Get her to stop seizing. Make sure, or
Stop it!
He attempts to medicine.
All right, roll medicine.
whip off the belt. Make sure she don't bite her tongue off.
So basic like humanitarian slash vegetarian services of what you know about how to treat people who are seizing. Like you get her on her side, and then you just essentially have to wait it out. So, and so you prevent her from like hurting herself, throwing her head around or choking on herself. She spits up a little bit, and after about like 30 to 40 seconds, stops, and she goes back into this laborious breathing. Her eyelids seem to be like blinking rapidly, but open. It's just that, but over and over and over and over again.
You said she's like wearing. What's she like wearing? What is she wearing? Like a dress? You said.
Yeah, she's wearing a very tattered and torn dress that has rather copious amounts of her crimson added to it.
I try to search her for items without explicitly like patting her down.
Okay.
I want to look for. Thank you.
You know, as you start, Percy, I'm like, what are you doing? And I start patting.
Give investigation.
Investigation with help. Yeet.
Help.
Yikes. That's gonna be a not too gra 5.
Oh, indeed. As you like, so it's been about just over half a minute, and she stops using the flickering starts happening, and you gotta do something. So you go to start, and then Astra just like almost plunges towards it, and however a fashion she wishes to do so. That sense, but so you guys both begin to start searching her, and then like suddenly her eyes stop. She's like, "Where are we? I can't see."
Wait, you can't see?
In her eyes.
When she opens her eyes, you see milky, glossy over her feet. My name's Astra.
Is there any resemblance?
Nope.
What is your...
Good.
Say that, are you into?
It's like a shake.
As a DM, do you know my nickname?
Clearly.
I mean, hopefully.
Maybe her mind is muddled.
Aren't all of ours. We're in the same position as you, ma'am.
Can you see? Why is it so dark in here?
Fred, my name is Waterdeep.
I don't like me. Ash was mine. People I didn't like. Yes. That's the one. My hands, they hurt me. Just my friend, Finn brought me to Waterdeep so long ago. They're reuniting like he found their parents. It's also murky. Been trouble. This is so painful. You guys heard? Starts going up and down. Like, where are we?
Don't try to move around too much. We're still figuring out what the hell's going on.
With her healing, most of her that were somewhat deep scores of.
Percy?
Shoot Astra. Oh. Look.
Your fucking face.
Yes, ma'am.
Where are your friends? They here? Is this them? Are you hurt? There?
I feel like I've been through a lot. I feel faint. And everything hurts.
We're gonna try and get out of.
Your voice sounds familiar.
Here it does. I move over to the door and start examining the door.
Okay.
I move to attempt to sort of I move in to console the lady, and I just I shoot Astra another weird look, and my name's Percy. I've gotten you healed up for the most part, but I'm not sure why you can't see yet. Well, gonna have to be quick and quiet at a couple points here, eventually.
Percy, you made it? That's wonderful. What do you look like now? It's been so long.
I've thickened out a little bit.
I weigh 350 pounds.
Fred, where have you been all
They
these years?
fed you well in the monastery?
Yeah, they fed me real well. I feel a lot better than I used to.
That's very true.
Yep, I do love me some raspberries. Just as much
How does
as
the door work?
I kind of keep things as vague and let her lead as much as possible. I intentionally I'm drawing the lines, the associations between our past and the things that she's saying, but I intentionally am not remember how you love baking so much? I don't do anything like that.
Okay, so you're basically cold reading.
Mhm.
Okay, make a charisma check.
I'm asking her things.
You can also make a charisma check.
How?
This looks like
I'm ignoring her because this to me just looks like. I mean, we have our memories fucked with. I just assumed that this is some kind of
Great charisma
magic
gives me a
bullshit that I don't want to deal with.
22. You do well to keep her convinced. What was yours? Charisma check.
One plus.
Two.
There's two of us.
Plus 142.
He seems like really disturbed, and every time like you probe for a deeper question, doesn't seem. No, it was this answer. And she always gives you some weird alternate of the truth of what you were your past. Right? That was your past.
Would
this
you
is
remember everything?
Yep. Yeah, so basically from about the time that you guys walked out of that tower until whenever now. That's what's missing. Yes.
Bacon for fun.
No, I just think.
It could.
The door by all intents.
Opens it.
The door opens into another pitch black hallway, the exception of a very small, faint, reddish aura that is like pushing under the door. It doesn't seem to be like a light switch. That one.
Well, Percy, much as I'd like for whatever's here not to see us, I think more important that we are able to see.
Mm-hmm.
Right, speaking your brain.
Hi, brain.
If
Here, well, I'll just make this easy. I give us 4 hours of brain speed.
I only remember before coming to
For all we know, it could know anything or nothing. If she has fake memory, seem to have been stolen from us. Too on the nose to be
I think that she's been tampered with, but not particularly with.
Maybe she's some kind of mirror ghost, mirror monster.
I do think that we should keep an eye on her, but
I find it. I'm scared.
I am.
So
I think at this point I'm just assuming that she's.
but I hang back slightly, just like keeping like probably 10 feet in between me and Astra marching order wise, and am trying to prop up / bring Red with us.
Good to lead.
So arrange yourselves real quick, and then Percy, we're gonna pick up right where you are, just next to her, trying to stay. So as she hears Astra moving, she says, "You guys are going. You're gonna take me with you, right?"
Yes, we
Right.
need to stick together, but you have to be quiet. So walk with me.
Can you guys see? We get some light.
We can see okay. Well,
I can't see anything.
you're gonna have to stick with me.
You can see
Time
your
me.
sight too. Mine come back.
Red. For being able to. Don't have dark.
We light something real quick.
Don't have it on me to deal with it.
He's right. We'll have to make do.
I feel extremely. So as you're like propping her up, touches her head and is just extremely.
I think we've all been through a lot. My intention is to like, if I need to, like, arm over the shoulder carry her and just keep her moving as quietly and slowly behind these guys as possible.
Okay. So you're going to be making a self-check to her.
Sounds good.
Oh, God, ahead.
You're scouting ahead. You may...
Not too far ahead because I can't.
And Astra does have the band on.
In this room, like, it's like the first 10, 12-ish feet are that same pitch black until that light hits it. The faint red orb that's glowing under the door extends, like, and creeps about, like, just past the first 5 feet. So you can see, like, in front of you, and you see the same familiar walls as the room, just, like, perfectly stone on the sides with a top, and the floor itself was, you know, haphazardly. You're also going to be reduced to half of your move speed.
When you said this might be a bit of, without, especially without something. You said these doors were set. Waterdeep. Tells us we're probably still in Waterdeep. So. Do they look of a modern style to them, or do they look like they may be of a older style, like we're in some like old catacombs of Waterdeep, or are we in like some recently made structure?
Make a history check with advantage. Yes.
I don't know.
Or do you?
On 18.
Okay.
Not as good.
Yes, you could. In fact, you recognize, like, this specific model of door that you have. You recognize these as being doors that you've seen pretty often in different establishments in the North Ward, or where your establishment. But pretty familiar.
We've just found this secret underground lair for our building. In a weird way, you're finding it.
That such nice doors are where.
A little weird. But I can't do anything about it, so I continue on.
Burn them!
Okay.
We should steal these doors!
Oh my gosh, that's the second time that's happened today.
Someone stealing a
I was
door?
watching a hand tucky stream, and they're like, steal the doors, steal the doors! Telling her to steal all the village doors in Minecraft.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So at this point, we'll make stealth checks.
Stealth checks. I make a stealth check. Stealth die.
15.
Yeah, no,
disadvantage.
no, I'm gonna use my.
I have a 13.
Wait, you put it at this.
Mine's a disadvantage.
This is a disadvantage.
I'm carrying your double clone.
What's that?
Good one?
I don't know. I check and make sure both their hands are on them. No rock, Sasha.
You would know. You wrapped that.
This is Percy's character sheet, not my character sheet. I don't know if looking there is gonna get me what I'm looking for.
Probably not. Unless you want to take a +2.
Okay, 1 sec. Ooh. No, 11. Wait, I can't math. 12, sorry. Third time's the charm. 12. 5 plus 5 plus 2 is in fact 12.
Yes. Indeed. What about you? 15. So you get closer down to the end of the hallway and give some kind of signal, whether that's mentally or verbally or with hand gesture, pull back because you hear something on the other side of the door that's. And the reason why that's important is because Percy, while doing his best to keep this lady quiet, it's clear that panic is starting to rise up in her, but she's also very drugged almost. She cannot hold herself up, taking all of your effort to both be quiet for without getting to that panicky point, and also keeping her upright at the same time.
I noticed.
This close? Yeah, you notice.
Okay, I turn around.
So let's update the chart here with our people. You are 5 feet away from the door, so you're in the 5 foot square in front of the door.
Door.
Other door.
Other door.
This into the red light zone. You were about halfway down the column, or around there. It depends on where you stop back, and you're at the doorway.
Okay.
I do my best interpretive imitation voice in my own mind, in her head, and say, remember what Polo used to do.
Can't see it.
Must take it one.
What are you doing in my head?
One card.
And who's Olo?
I
some
don't
stuff
recommend
twisted
killing
turvy.
her when we don't know what's been
Fucking
done
kill
to
her.
her.
She's all twisted up, Astra.
Also,
So-
I'm sure attempting to imitate your own mother is very, not that I would know.
You wouldn't know.
'cause I would,
You don't know.
but meta-wise, I'm sure that interpreting your own, not interpreting,
Right? I wasn't
The word.
imitating.
imitating your own mother is probably very traumatizing.
No, I mean, but the thing is, when you talk in a comforting voice,
Oh yeah, for her, I'm sure.
yeah.
But for
this-
you,
I mean, I don't want this fucking person to freak out on us.
I agree.
Doing my best back here.
Maybe we should find out our situation more before we
But-
bring her along.
It is relevant information that increases the backstory. I can hang back, have quite the range.
Do we see what race that she is?
But if she has the ability to,
Not a college.
Alistar physically just. I'm still operating under. I'm still operating under. She's either not a person at all, or her memory's been fucked with something.
Those are mine. Still one.
I don't think if
If we
she's
kill
just
her,
been
I'll-
harmed that we should kill her.
Kill it.
While this is happening, all this disturbance is kind of going on at once. It's not stopping the thing that's happening in front of your door.
Yes.
So you hear a faint shuffling, and you hear a dragging of heavy cloth type thing, and realize that it very well could be the same kind of thing that you have in your back, because there seems to be a bit of drapery behind you that was also slightly dragged on the floor that you subconsciously had to account for by being sneaky. You had realized that you had hiked up the robe a little bit to try and prevent it from making.
Yeah, just pull up the rope, tie it on
Yep.
the side.
So you're just oh, okay, piece that together. There's two people seemingly wearing garments very similar to yours that are walking and talking softly, and they seem to be going past the doorway. It came from directionally your ears up against the wall. They seem to have come from the left side when they moved in. They were saying something really faintly, you catch more religious kind of terminology, the ceremony. You hear the water, you hear hellfire, and then it gets too faint, going away.
Right. Oh, we're at the bottom of a cult.
Rin, did you pick up the dagger?
No. first.
Astro just.
Thinking they should temporarily leave her here unconscious, or Percy should check out. Oh, it's
It's running. I don't have.
I presume I do. Weaponry.
Yes.
Go?
Whip.
Try and be quiet.
Look. Really do.
So she's kind of propped up against you, and all of a sudden you start feeling her just kind of like just tense up and just like starts like almost, and it's just like all of a sudden she relaxes and just goes completely limp.
I lean her up against the like wall next to the door here, and check and see like, is she conscious? Is she just like like in being traumatized actively, or
Medicine.
Medicine.
He's doing that. I'm gonna wait for the shuffling to distance itself from the door, and then
That's a
the door.
10.
10.
Still kind of
She's she seems to have reverted for the most part to her initial state that you guys found her in. As a labored breathing that begins like about 10 seconds or so after she collapses, and you can see that some of the wounds that had healed up have kind of split back open, revealing nasty like abrasions with very, very little blood. Based on your listening, go ahead and make an intelligence.
I am an intelligent.
You are an intelligent.
11.
Okay. From what you can guess, before you stopped hearing them, they were at least 20 feet away. Stage whispers. Stage whispers.
Oh yes, yes. Astra, can you cover the light?
In my brain.
In my brain. And then I peeky creaky the door.
Go ahead and give a stealth check.
I am the stealth.
But you just said you are the intelligent.
I am also the intelligent. I'm actually proficient in. What are they saying?
You're the stealth.
12.
Okay.
12 stealth. Both.
You creak open said door.
Or
It's not. There's a red glow.
why do cultists always fill their rooms with red glow?
In the
Wouldn't
next
you?
like movement of actions that happen, Percy's gonna try to
Oh. That's those are miniatures. I painted one of those miniatures.
Okay, so don't alarm.
Don't alarm.
Don't alarm.
They're statues.
They are statues. So there seems to be just a red emerald, just kind of like translucent. I guess like some slight opacity to it, obviously. Red just glow that is in this room, and you can see on either side of the room, staring at each other, almost locked in some kind of like artistic combat. The markings of a hellish kind of gator that is literally like coming out of the wall. You can only see its front half here, like carved from the wall itself, with two giant red. And almost it catches this light and like just you see almost like a swirling indication inside of the eyes, and it's just locked in this like eternal combat with, on the opposite side of it, a very enlarged version of a chain devil.
I roll my eyes heavily at artistic choices and move into the room.
It's pretty gaudy.
That
It's
was the
pretty
most-
gaudy.
That was the most haunted house call on D&D. Just like, nice try.
You got me. Okay.
As you
no, haunted house called me, be like, "Hi guys, there's statues in here." Just statues.
as you step into the room, make a charisma saving throw.
I am charisma.
I am charisma.
I am charisma. Is this a magical effect?
It is not.
Boo. 9.
As you as you peek in, you feel like one of the eyes in each of these statues is like peering at, and no matter what side of that door frame you are, or even as you walk into the room, it always feels like they're constantly watching you. So I'm very conscious of their enemy across the room.
I attempt to act like a cult.
Okay. You attempt to grab the dagger.
Yes.
You pick up a dagger.
I put it down.
I don't have any reason to put it down.
No, it's already got to him.
I kind of I just kind of take a moment to like test the weight of it and see if it's like functional as something to be used in combat, and see if I can tell that there's anything just like radiating off of it.
A fork could be used in combat.
Yeah, but like, would this, if I were to hit someone with it, function as a knife or a dagger?
He's proficient with knives, but not proficient with forks.
So kind of like as you're guessing, it is very ceremonial and ritualistic. So at best, is it?
Okay, that's understandable. I think I still am probably going to keep my person.
You notice a very kind of like odd grooving at the very maybe like the last 2 or 3 inches of that curved serpentine kind of point of the dagger, and it's only one side of it. You can definitely see that most of the blood has collected. There's a small groove that insets almost like it is serrated in that sense, that have channeled said pieces, flows of blood carving into it.
It's a dagger version of the sword from Blood. Cuts herself on it, and then the blood runs through the groove.
Oh yeah, kind of. I was going with like the bayonet blood channels, but same thing.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was like a this is the coming from the dagger into the person. I was like, check my forehead for lobotomy, like inject something in my brain.
You are missing part of your brain. That's why your memories are gone.
Are our memories gone?
Chunk of them.
Okay. My next intention is to obviously let them know the thing that I did, and then I'll be passed out again. We can, if it's safe to move forward, I'll move forward with you.
Well, these are doors, I assume.
They're both doors.
Are either of them ajar?
Nope.
Doors.
Is there any indication that there's something different about one versus the other?
You have reason to suspect that the people that you heard went into the door next to Chain Double came from
Heligator. I go to the other door then. I don't know. Go to the other door.
Okay. Update your player of this.
This one or this one? Went at the chain.
Then following.
Like 25.
Staying in this hallway.
Check at the door.
You don't immediately hear anything. How long do you want to rest against this door to wait for sound?
Not very long. Obviously alarmed, locked.
Nope, doesn't seem to be.
These walls still sand.
No.
Probably makes it harder to stuff and easier.
As they're moving slightly ahead, probably like mentally slightly going over like spell-based things, and they say, or send Rin the message of something along the lines of, "You're probably not going to find any holy water, but if you find a piece of parchment with quill that I can write on." Handy.
I'll keep an eye out. What is this room? Weird corner room? Nothing special in it other than a pile of blue leeches?
Okay, to the right, as you peek in the doorway, you see yet another door. In front of you is what seems like you get the faint sensation that this use could be completely different. Like, you see little bits and pieces that kind of jump out. Go ahead and make an investigation.
7? That
Okay. So you get the faint impression like there's like a small lip that like jets down from where you're standing into the entrance of the room. Very basically, it's almost like this wasn't the original. It seems to be like different pieces are strewn about the room. Really can't get much out of, but it feels different. It's repurposed and something was written. In this room, start with the uninteresting. There are 2 cots lined up against it. Over in this back corner, a long trestle table runs down the middle of the room with benches to either side. The area that's demarked by is a huge writhing set of tentacles erupt from an arc far side of it. Give me a wisdom check.
also question,
Or
do they like erupt, or are they like they had erupted and are
They have
currently
erupted. They are just like up, out, and just yeah. They did not just erupt.
Alright, and I am making a what save?
A wisdom.
And is this a spell or magical effect?
Yeah. The first thing was
12.
and okay, give me an Arcana check.
Arcana law. It is an 10.
Okay. So you, other than the fact that they just seem very weird, that they just exist in this room, they don't seem to be doing anything. They just emanate from this arcane circle that's on the ground and are just a constant mass of breathing, and they seem to stretch out at most by about 10 feet around their circle.
Can you describe what exactly?
Arcane symbol with a bunch of tentacles.
Basically. There's the nail put together.
No, gonna not mess with that one.
It's a lava lamp.
People sleep in here. That's what's wild.
It's just a lava lamp, dude.
Cultists are weird. Can I inch my way along this far, or I guess close to me, far wall towards the other door?
You can. There's
Keeping an extra amount of distance.
there. You have plenty of extra distance space to we'll use. So we've got like this
Do we have like a table mini?
trestle table in here. We do. Put these cots down over here. You guys note that, well, you note that those tentacles get really disturbingly close to being able to reach those cots.
Like when you keep your guard dog on a leash that just barely keeps it away from hang out. So he's moving in through this wall.
So lightwise in here, there's a torch that's up against the wall. That's currently providing the vision in here. And then as you look back towards, it's not. It's just normal torchlight. The red glow is only peeking in through this room from the previous room. Just kind of like in the same fashion that it was in the hall. You entered the room. Make me a charisma check, please.
Percy is also
9.
Into the room. Make a charisma check.
Charisma check. 13.
Okay. You both also have the same sensation that these things are just like watching you as you enter this room.
Door?
Okay, so as he gets to the door, where are you guys at?
It seems like Astra's hanging behind. Percy's actively probably moving up to be in between. Then Percy will move here.
Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Arcana check.
Do you give your friends a mental warning of the?
Yeah. Give them a mental warning of the weird statues that are bad taste and look at you in the eyes.
12.
The red glow in the room. I give them a description of each room I move into. That somebody sleeps next to these tentacles.
And tickles.
Okay.
Can you do that? You do that?
What?
Red, now is not.
Fair enough. I go for the door.
They only had swim speed.
Go ahead and give
Wisdom check or wisdom saving?
wisdom save.
Saving throw. 14. There's no difference.
Probably is Astra.
Oh. What do you
If you were to make
if
wisdom
you
check.
when you eventually come to this, you'll have to make it. It should be different. Back to wisdom. Proficiency bonus.
Okay. You have opened a
The
door.
door's locked. Much less exciting.
Found the food
Expecting
pan.
with the size of that paper.
Getting better with my covering. All right.
Listen, I thought that was a fucking stair room, like a staircase leading up room. So you showed that it was a half room thing.
Several things of important note here. One, you see 3 large wooden kegs. See all of your content.
Aha!
Are the kegs filled with gunpowder?
They seem to be currently papered shut.
Here's the thing. As a player, I've had so feel my way
Yeah.
and never.
What?
Yes. I've lost so many items that never getting that mundane item back. And it's like, well, you got your weapon back. And I'm like, yeah, but I didn't get my backpack full of leaves, not Jedi.
I don't remember that.
There's been so many times where we
that's
get
fine,
kidnapped and the DM specifically says, you can grab your weapon and your armor. It's there. Cool. That's what I wanted. Hey. You know, I'm
Don't
so...
worry, your bag of leaves is just fine.
That's a...
No,
that's
those are
it.
smoked. They're
Yeah.
gone.
They're cool.
I'm actively, when you tell us that our subject, I rush.
You rush? Okay.
Stealthily run forward.
Well, you enter the room, so make an Arcana check.
Arcana?
Towards still.
Arcana or a wisdom?
Arcana.
Come on.
Arcana is 18.
You are able to understand a little bit more about this. It is a disturbingly lifelike statue, given the semblance of life by the animate object. The stone.
That honestly doesn't make it any less. Animate object spells fucking terrifying.
Fair.
I attempt to.
It's a weird art piece. I'm no longer surprised.
So they seem like they're fastened to the floor, and just based on what you know from the animate object, they can obviously be commanded to do. But right now, they just writhe artistically.
I don't know if it makes me feel better or worse that this is part of the module.
Nope, not a thing. I don't touch it. I tell them they're just statues.
No, it's
good to know.
It is just a statue.
That's actually quite heartening.
I am also heartened by learning that it is a single statue and not. If it was like 20 tentacle statues that all had animate object on them, I'd be like, oh shit. This is actually not
They
good.
just break off into a swarm of ginormous leech-like tentacles.
Oh,
pummeling you guys.
no, it's just one. Everything's fine.
You know
It's
Strahd
not.
zombie? That's like this thing. It comes apart.
No.
Okay.
So-
Grab stuff.
You grab your stuff. All of your contents are there, with the exception of one thing.
Tarot card.
Well, two things.
Dang
I
it.
picked up that card. It is in.
Well, it
Well,
wasn't
it's
in
not
this
with your-
pile of stuff.
Yeah. It's on you instead.
Um,
Wait, is it duplicated?
I don't actually check.
Oh. Well, you don't know that it's not your card.
Yeah.
Percy's holy symbol not seem to be separate from the rest of the stuff.
First pit. Check the barrels.
So they're currently like sealed shut. There seems to be a tap, the set of tapping tools nearby, and there's also just a tool for unlatching them.
I just wanted to like check what kind of contents they might.
These
Like, is it a liquid that's inside, or is it like a sand that's inside, or is it like a bunch of random stuff rattling around?
So whatever's inside is extremely heavy. It's not unmovable, but it's filled to the brim. So you don't get any kind of like indication of what's inside of it because they're really well made, like oaken barrels.
You did say there was a spout at the bottom.
There is a set of tapping tools.
What is that?
You have a barrel and you tap into it like you would tap a tree, and then that becomes the spout.
Okay.
Or
So it makes
is
it
it
seem
the
like-
lip that you're opening?
The
What kind
tools
of
for
barrel?
both of those things are there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
They're literally both there.
So that would indicate that it's probably a liquid of some sort that's inside, presumably blood.
Oh, right, of course. Liquefied babies.
I mean, if I were a bunch of cultists and I were gonna put my captive stuff in a room, I'd put it in the room with the barrels of blood.
I mean, that's fair. Percy definitely, like, he takes Rin's word for it that these are probably, like, actually just barrels of blood. And, but he does, like, thoroughly search this room.
Okay.
Also, this is the end, right? There's no other no other way to
Yeah,
go.
no other direction in this room. In both of your belongings are a set of these robes, by the way.
Okay.
And there seems to be nothing else of import in this room other than these 3 kegs in front of you.
Very specifically, there's not this girl stuff.
Nothing.
But also not that stuff. I'm still suspicious that she's even.
I'll
Like
move
it.
up and put the robes on.
Okay.
Good idea.
When Percy is done searching, he does also.
Make sure
Can
to
you
wear
tell
my
us
robes
what's
fashion.
missing?
Percy probably is like very obviously looking for a specific thing and like looks not distraught but angry.
But you get your magic items back, like you have your goggles.
I put that shit on.
Yeah. You find your magic bag.
I do want to check. Yeah, Percy seems distraught, but doesn't actively like go out of his way to be like, "Hey, anyone got any threes?"
I definitely like the very first thing I would do. We got everything. Like, everybody got all their stuff. Good to go.
I'm missing an old hand-me-down. My old holy symbol's not here. And I reach into the bag of holding and like
10 extra.
start.
Is there a body in there still?
I check the contents of. I go through the process of checking the bag of holding for what's in there. Presumably at this point it would just be a body, but I do also check for my holy symbol as well.
And does it still have the coins on its eyes, indicating that it's reposed for less than 10 days?
Gently.
That would be a very disgusting thing to do. You don't pull out liquefied remains.
Good.
You do find your holy symbol. The body is
Okay.
still in there. When you pull the holy symbol out, you see that it's been completely defaced.
Cultist man gonna do.
Fucking kill every single one. That's what I'm going.
I'm not all that worried about it.
Over a
Don't
possession?
worry, you don't have to. They stole a part of my soul and my memories and put it into someone else.
Apparently
Fucking
you do.
defaced and without my consent sliced my fucking hand open and stole my blood for a ritual sacrifice of some sort. And then they put me in some weird art museum. How dare they?
I think if I were to speak the wise words of someone I have known very well, the wilderness and elements have done worse to me before, and I don't stay my hand against the world itself. Something like that.
And as you guys are finishing like equipping your robes, Percy pulls out his like completely almost like melted.
So it's just like a flat disc now, basically, or
Yeah, so
like
describe your
kinda-
symbol.
So the Timura symbol is it's like a small like palm-sized disc that has it has like her visage on it, which is like the smiling lady with her hair on it, but it's basically just like a large coin with a
what
hole in
material
it.
is it made
Oh
of?
yeah, good.
I believe that it was made out of gold, I want to say, but I don't know off the top of my head. It would either be like gold or brass or something
Okay,
like
so
that.
metal. So
Yeah.
yeah, it has completely been like melted, and it's like about 50% as large as it normally is. It's actually even bent, and it's just mostly just marred. You can see like her original visage just kind of like sunken in ever so slightly. And there's big deep gouges as some kind of blade has like scored into
intentionally
it.
done.
And you can see that somebody's put flecks of some kind of like paint or something that give it a very reddish hue.
That's so much effort. That's so ritualistic.
Cultist, man. What are you gonna
the
do?
barrels of blood kind of.
I'm not talking about the barrels of blood. No one cares about the
I
barrels
just
of
want
blood.
it to feel like a wine cast.
Percy is it's probably like noticeably weird how little Percy is bothered by this.
Why?
Because
Why is she there?
he
Not.
literally just carries
Um,
basically carries the holy symbol around out of spite anyway. So
So as this is happening, we're going to cut to intermission. You guys are finishing donning on your robes. You pull out the disc and you say, "What is that?" And you see this lady like reaching up towards the tent. With that, we'll cut. We'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Good.
Crap.
pretending she can see the tentacles.
She's gonna touch the.
Hello. Welcome back. We have some micro edits to the game. Okay. We are back. Everyone's in robes.
Yes,
You have a defaced coin.
Uh-huh.
There's a lady who spoke to you guys, who's currently reaching out.
Like to attempt to stop her.
How do you attempt to stop her?
I'm moving really fast and ran into her.
Go lay down.
Okay, I'll go lay down.
You lay down because you get struck by a tentacle from them.
Do I know of this as well?
Everybody is able to hear it because she calls out to you guys. Hey, what is this?
I will say, don't touch it, and as you are.
So you will make a contested check, I think. An acrobatics or athletics check again.
I would like to make an acrobatic.
Okay. You very fast boy, which I think we determined to be about average, like half.
Half.
The,
Yeah,
half
I
of the
moved it like
fastest person.
half of no, not half the fastest person. Half of the average running speed.
What is your run speed?
15 miles per hour, apparently.
27 is like the max of human can run.
Yeah, he said human running speed is 15 miles per hour. Wasn't like. What is that?
For a marathon,
No.
I didn't go too deep down the rabbit.
Yeah. Okay.
This is some pocket math.
Yeah. No, that I think that's pretty fast for a human. But anyways, you managed to get there before she gets within. We'll call it like a melee.
But they were like made out of stone, right?
Yes. And they are writhing around artistically.
Dangerously.
Yes. Okay. So you crunch into her basically. Like you knock her off her feet with the speed at which you tried to. You had to run at her at pretty good speed in order to get her before she finished doing what
Where
she was.
did you get?
Yeah, they are just like sitting around in this thing. Here, I'll just take that out. Okay.
You're just finding a toddler with a permanent marker, and you're like, I banned those.
I'm writing on the walls.
You're literally my nearest marker instrument.
It's always what you grab somehow.
It's not. I've actually very consciously made the effort to grab these, and you yell at me for using these the first time I used them.
I don't. Big ones, but you know, it's fine.
Because they don't get me in trouble.
I think when he uses the small ones, they get him in trouble because the small ones are wet erase.
No, the small ones are also dry erase. These are also dry.
But
I
Pointy
see.
small ones that
Yeah.
are bad.
but
It's the pen chewing. It all comes back to the pen. He likes the ones that have the tips on them.
Oh.
so, yeah, you crash into her, knocking her off her feet, and you guys go a few feet away outside of the proximity of the statue.
Or blind.
She's not blind.
What? Oh yeah, she got all the way over here.
I watched a
She
video
was
today
lying
about a
the
guy
whole
who was
time.
faking a blindfolded speedrun. Same kind of stuff he
Oh,
was doing.
She was speed running this dungeon. Now we're speed running. Attempt to muffle her with
Buffalo?
my hand over.
Okay, she basically gets the good portion of what the fuck out before you muffle her. But she, like, looking at you, she sees and relaxes.
What are you doing?
She just kind of stares at you, like, quizzically.
I forget, is there any actual resemblance between her and Astra?
No.
Okay.
Get yourself killed. How did you get over here?
What are you saying? I can't hear you. At this point, you notice that there's blood trickling down her.
I look back at Astra. Help! I give you the help look.
What are you doing?
She does not seem to acknowledge that you just looked at her.
Yeah, I speak in her head. Hello? What are you doing?
You don't seem to get a response. You think that the connection's there, but there's nothing responding back.
I'm going. Favorite dog. I can get a.
Not.
You have a terrible superpower. You hold so much in your hands.
And so is anyone with the message spell. It's a cantrip, dude.
Memes in D&D must be so awful.
Fledgling mages that are also children would be awful.
You get a message spell from somebody, they open up and it's just.
I mean, my personal favorite is the ruling that the people getting angry at you or becoming hostile towards you is part of the magic of the friends spell.
Oh,
so you can just cast friends on people, they don't realize, and then like 12 seconds later they're just mad at you even if they don't know who you are. Just like walking through the street like, hey, what's up? And like, that's a pretty nice guy. Hey, fuck that guy.
I kind of, so slight tangent, I always interpreted that to be like not magically induced anger, but more of like, I now am aware that you just cast a spell on me to make me like you more.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you.
But the thing is it happens universally. Like there is no, it's like it's in the wording of the spell that they become hostile, which is still just like it's just them being mad at you. It's not like literally them attacking you, but it's like it's part of the magic of the spell that they think you're an asshole afterwards.
Even if they would be like, oh, that's cute. Nice
Even if
try.
they're the kind of person that likes having charm spells cast on them.
You always come out of it. Hey!
You just get cute. You get cantrip hungover.
Doesn't say for how long they're hostile.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't say that.
So
all right. She's not. She can't hear me either. I go.
Just leave your hand on her?
No. I have my hand on her mouth, and then I look at her and I go,
okay.
Yeah. I attempt to get up with her.
She stands up.
I beckon for her to follow me into the room with all her stuff and close the door. I know. Which is honestly kind of weird, honestly. But
Should be called rogues can't.
I mean, it's also weird that I know rogues can't.
See, she knows
guess,
that
but...
weird monk sign language.
Yeah, I use my weird monk sign language.
She doesn't know a weird monk sign
Good,
language.
alright, I take her into the room and close the door.
Upon seeing Astra, she starts talking.
Can you
Percy,
hear me?
help. I don't know socially what to do, help.
I'm mouthing for her to read my words. Can you hear me?
I take out my journal and write you.
Speak.
Here.
Well, she like starts ripping at your hand out of frustration.
I presume I am stronger than her.
Yeah.
I show her the journal page with "You can't hear, be quiet, you're yelling" written on it.
And it
Be
becomes
fucking
noticeably
with you.
alarmed at the blood from her ear.
Nope.
She,
I feel like
turns to look at you and
shape-shifting curse put upon our following in the beat.
You're in manacles.
I mean,
Here with us.
she's gonna be in danger / a danger to us regardless of this. How does she seem like physically? She like still seems super weak, or
so Ren can definitely tell that she is not giving up the same resistance that a fully put together person would. Still like vestiges, not as weak as before. You could see that just by the fact that she was up. But is definitely like when he's keeping her restrained and also quieted, like she had like hardly any kind of force behind the attempt to pull. He just like noticeably like tries to give off that she escalated, no longer trying to yell.
probably continue writing her a note that she can either come with me and follow these two, which will be very dangerous, or she can stay in here and we'll come back to get her. She has my word. Signed, person.
What languages do you?
Druidic. Worry.
In Sylvan. He hands you a note back. You speak Sylvan.
I do. What did she write when I was holding writing?
She has my stuff. Pointing it.
This is getting annoying quickly.
I do not show the message to Astra.
I speak to Percy. She seems to think Astra has her stuff. Her memory is changing, obviously.
So I'm right, she doesn't.
How's that a right knowing? Isn't common.
Hands you back. It is now in Dwarven.
I also read that, by the way. What does it say this time?
So she says, "I'll remain here, but you should be careful about this imposter."
I give her the, yeah, gotcha. Good idea. She's staying here. Supposedly.
I'd like to make an insight on Ren.
Light check against his deception.
I'm not deceiving, though.
We're clearly trying to keep the information from her. You just spoke in his mind instead of saying out the message.
I'm doing the
Sure.
same thing the NPC. 14.
No, you picked the one social stat I'm not proficient in. 50. It's not like I'm like, I don't know, yeah.
It's literally like she writes something, hands it over, hands it over or shows it to you, and y'all are like, so she can't write, right?
She's
I said she writes in a language that isn't common. And then the second thing that I said is definitely, hey, she says she's staying here, but I mean, I believe her about as much as I believe anything in this book right now. Approximately 0, but it's better than nothing. So
yeah, I think take that. I sort of like I grab my crossbow and load it up, and I'm just like kind of give her a reassurance as I bolster it, and we go to move. Give her the sacrificial.
playing it in. He'll have to.
Right.
Heist.
Alternatively,
Just a
fake Astra died, then nothing bad happened.
she was actually a mirror demon.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
We're fine.
I'm glad that we've determined once again that she's a mirror.
We probably make our way back out. Rin leading again.
I would like to
I
go to
told-
the door that we haven't gone.
Tell both of you. First, she. Next.
I am
That'd be quite
significantly
convenient.
more worried about how dangerous she is as a thing than before. She's changed since we've met. We should check to make sure there isn't still one back in the starting place. I
That's
checked
fair.
that quickly.
So there's no.
Another one of her.
Okay. One, Astra, now that you've come through the room, you've noticed that there's a very conspicuous looking side of where in one of the matches. Slightly so, but enough for you to check with your keen. 2, I need everybody to position me where we would be based on the information of. As Astra's walking out, she notices this now that she's next to the pots. You're going into the room to check. You're so.
I think most likely I'm
And you guys aren't doing
Like-
anything with the kegs.
nothing at this point.
Is there
I'd be
a
like
door?
here-ish or on my way this way.
Okay.
I recently mentally turned around to tell Percy I should go check to make sure there isn't a second one of these
Okay.
people.
You'll be at the doorway into the next.
The doorway.
Mhm. I kind of intentionally placed us in transitionary stages, so I'm probably just
Yeah.
because I was making my way towards the room.
As whale.
So these are the cots, right?
Yep.
And
Mm-hmm.
then is this a door? And when we left to close this door,
That was my plan.
I close that door. And which cot is it?
Goodness.
It's the monk.
Wonder who's place. There's gotta be one of the factions. If I had to put a guess on it, it'd be Xanathar, but I don't know.
I think it's Mind Flare.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense with all the memory.
It is the close
modification.
Close one.
Is it moving or is it just?
It's just underneath it.
Do I get surprise attack?
I can.
Astra's been bloodthirsty, murder hungry. She's just gonna act like what?
Asking. Tell you,
We don't know what it is. It could be.
Ben, be serious. There's no.
Could be another.
It could be another prisoner. Someone like
How
us.
big is this lump? Is it
Okay,
like? Investigate the lump.
I'm sure no matter how
Hopefully-
bad of a evil thing it is, we'll be able to defeat. I trust in us. If it's a face
Thank you
hugging
for coming
monster,
to our campaign, you guys. It's been great.
I believe in our ability to defeat any hugging monster. But she.
Alright, I investigate it. I check for traps, spiders, ghosts.
And puppy dog.
Investigation. Do you check for goats?
Oh, is it our goat? Wow, that's so rude of them. Imprisoning our goat too? Is it dead? You kill all of our pets. I hate you so much.
Rox is still alive.
5.
That's because she explicitly told you couldn't from the beginning of the campaign.
That didn't stop me from killing Raj.
I mean, you're only allowed to DM so many times before you're not allowed back at the table.
And yet I'm still here. Okay, under the cup, you find a text. There is a stylized goat's head drawn in upon this ground cover.
Much better than it being a literal goat. I nod to Percy as I dug out to go check on my earlier.
Back to the book. Third thing.
Can we? This time, can we have ghosts fly out of it?
Maybe we
Yeah, feel
Keep
free
it-
to check it.
maybe we just keep it in the bag of holding for now.
I mean, we can
and check it later.
Did that the first time.
It might be.
It was safer then.
It might be relevant to whatever's going on here. Maybe this is
Good point.
like the cultist manifesto. I can try to check it for magical traps. Make sure no ghosts pop out of this.
In our con.
Do that. 17.
Just check.
I can do that.
Is there a way for me to be helping? For either one?
Very cursory.
An 8.
Does not seem to be my.
Okay. I try to give it a brief look through to see if I can glean any information before we move. Probably while Rin is going to do the thing.
It holy smites.
If there's a bunch of poem-looking type entries on the inside of the back cover, there is in simple handwriting. This book belongs to Arn Zalrundar of the windmill upon Coachland Plain.
We
Zalrindar.
recognize that locate someplace. Something?
Recognize. Sound Elvish, Dwarvish. Is it in common?
It is in
That it was poorly written.
simply written.
It is just written, or is it like
It's
written by a simple man?
no, it's just written. It's like somebody signed this is mine on the back of their book.
I was making sure I wasn't like I barely know how to write, but I wrote this. Or if it's like I've studied 25 years of college. Look at my flowery handwriting.
I pocket the book and probably move into the next room while Rin is back.
Okay, so let's update. 1, you didn't see anybody else in there.
Okay, Zoops. Zoops. Hey, Zoop, you come with?
Oops.
Hey, Zoops.
Sorry for that. I love that song though.
And we'll be rolling initiative as the stone collapses around to less than stone-like figure. I can actually reach.
Rocks fall party dies?
So
Damn.
that one is coming out of this statue.
Oh no.
This one is coming out of the other statue.
They shrunk.
So as the stone chisels away, two very organic and lifelike creatures emerge, depicted as they are there.
Crocodile man.
That of a Yuan-Ti, and another one is that of a lizard folk. Seems to be more crocodilian in nature.
Crocodile man. Is he a man or is he a croc? He's both.
So let's go ahead and roll
Sweet.
initiative.
Or is it a kid? About a
We're in
3.
Spider-Man.
19.
4. I've got +2.
10. Pickle.
Are either of these specifically made of metal? Asking.
I love that spell.
No.
But they are like fully people.
Made out of metal.
They are not made out of metal, and they're carrying weapons that are made from bone, and like the handles are stone. Okay, so you guys were giving me initiatives, but you were talking to each other. What?
Tentacles.
4.
19.
Okay. Can I see these?
Sure. Also, twin spell is so weird. I could spend 2 sorcery points, get to get a level 1 spell slot back, or I could upcast a level 1 spell to 2nd level and spend 2 sorcery points to cast it twice.
Yeah. Gun spell's cool. I mean, sometimes you just need...
You just need a level 1 spell slot.
Sometimes you just need to cast Detect Magic, and Twin Spell doesn't help you out there, you know? Cyber.
Right.
I'm Mr. I'm
Good movie. That part is not part of Rudolph. It's part of the same. There's like a trio of movies that they always. Rudolph was one of them. That movie was another. Like a third movie.
It was 3.
I think Jack Frost.
So, crumbling away from these statues emerges a reptile carrying a long boned and curved, ridiculously looking blade. And on the opposite side of that, the chains rip down, and it wields, or this creature that seems to have more scales than actual flesh is wielding a pair of chained whips that have viciously curved thorns.
With Astra first.
Astra first.
How does my
It should be on your sheet. Ability or traits, probably. Where's your should be up update when I updated your stuff. Be able to find it. Telekinetic.
Override. On the TV. Or it's
Telekinetic. Whoops, roll the one on our API check. Down to visit the blacksmith for repairs. Try again for rest.
I can look it up on the
It's
Discord.
not that big a
Very
deal.
easy to look up.
So notably amongst these enemies, crocodile head, serpent foot. Both have glowing red eyes that seem to follow you now that they are directly looking. Combative in nature. Stand there.
So I don't know.
Alrighty.
When I spawn,
That'll
Should be updated on. I don't think you're spawning. Okay.
logistic, which
You are
is
good.
first impact.
Critic
No.
circle. Circle of wildfire. Da, da, da. Summon wildfire spirit. Action. Wild shape. Summon. Unoccupied space. 30 feet of you. Each creature within 10 feet of the spirit. Deck save for 2d6 fire damage.
Oh, is that what it says on your sheet?
Wait, I think this one is the updated one.
Let's say 2d6. Summon. Yep, that's the update.
Okay. And the range 10 feet, which everyone would be hit.
Thought that you can.
And I got a pretty high deck save.
I could get it where that doesn't
Yeah.
sound off. I could also just use Constitution. 5 foot 8. Leadership.
Lily, what do I?
Lily as my one way.
Where are you from, I think?
Rocco Man.
Okay. Your turn.
Unless they don't look want to fight.
No, think like very Mortal Kombat. Bust out a stone and the theme song starts playing and now they're attacking.
The theme song starts playing. Listen, if they got these gaudy statues, might as well have music that plays when the stuff jumps out.
Actually, no. I think I'm gonna cast
They're
some
more
tingle.
combat.
Oh, I don't.
Do they look strong?
Yes. Strong is relative, but they are invoking muscles.
Yeah, it's either burning hands or I can wild.
Whatever you'd like. Anything you find me.
I'm just gonna and not chilling. Six. Yeah, I already rolled
You can tell me.
plus my.
Those are critical.
Yeah, Astra's pissed.
Ooh.
Less pissed.
You can pull him up to 10 feet. I'd like to pull him the amount. 0 is an option.
Don't pull him.
There you go.
Oh, that's right. Did 2 freaking damage with it.
Did happen. Such as cantrips.
Impressive in its own right. Right. Your whips go out and like catches it with its wrist, and it leaves little scratch marks like a little big claw.
Cybot's turn.
Was
Cybot.
Cybot's turn.
Cybot.
He glitters green eyes. Not green, red eyes at you, and pulls out.
Which one?
The old snake man. And he runs up to you.
He waddles up?
Runs up to you.
Does he have legs?
He has legs and he has a serpentine head. He glides up to you and then falls over in a drunken stupor.
Why you always gotta pick the janky minis, huh?
Because the cool minis I've yet to get to paint are the ones I'm most apprehensive about, which are.
You're painting a lot of cool minis, I don't know.
So he weaves very serpentine-like and tries to surpass your guard, striking at you thusly.
Thusly.
However, having just broken out of stone, definitely fails the first one and rolls a 16 for the second one.
Think that.
Your armor class? He hits you, I think. Little scimitar comes in quickly, leads the cut upon thee, dealing 9 damage. That is his turn. No, it is Reptile's turn.
Reptile.
Reptile sees another Fae.
Other Fae.
Another Fae.
Reptile man's a Fae?
Oh, maybe he just sees another Fae and he was looking at one before.
Oh, inside the statue.
And he runs at you.
No, it was me. he saw me.
Listen, he was looking through fishbowl eyes, now he can actually see you.
Yeah,
It looks a little bit, the horns aren't right.
Alright.
It runs at you. Very carelessly, throwing way more effort than required into the swing. 18.
How much damage does it miss me by, though?
Oh, if you must know. 8.
Misses me by 8 damage.
Yo.
What?
Now you go missing 8 HP.
Not 81.
Oh no. That is his turn.
Next up is Rin.
Rin is looking at a reptile that is completely off balance, therefore has advantage on striking at it.
Ah, how convenient. I stab him 2 times in the gut.
Perforate his stomach and a stench fills it.
17 for the first hit,
Hit.
and 21 for the second hit.
Hit.
For a combined total of...
You
15 damage.
You roll sneak attack?
I have
Oh,
advantage.
you have advantage. Yeah.
You
Good.
gave me advantage.
I did. Alright, so how much?
15 damage.
Nice amounts of damage.
I rolled 3 ones.
That's 5 ones in the first 7 dice roll again.
I rolled
6 dice.
3 ones and a 6.
Oof.
Just because I rolled this.
You feel like your psionic daggers are meeting some kind of like resistance, like he's almost there in a different plane as well, as you can very faintly see like the scales across his skin like just kind of impress as your dagger goes in. When you draw it out, like, it goes back normally. He looks at you and he just kind of like, yeah, but he's not saying it. He just like opens his mouth and just roars and spittle comes
daggers.
out. And spittle comes out at you.
This is psychic daggers. Alright, that'll be, I move a bit.
All the way back into the other room.
Ow.
Make my way to that square. Heal? Is it just like able? I can reach farther than I thought I could, but still can't really reach the minis.
Is now Percy's.
Percy is. Percy moves around the back here and casts a spiritual weapon next to Rin.
Hey, buddy.
He's gonna bonk you.
Summons and goes to bonk the crocodile man. That is a 21 to hit.
21 is definitely a hit.
You're just trying to get.
Aha! How about another 1 for 4
What?
damage?
Let's go, team!
We're number 1.
We're number 1. We're number 1.
I think that then Percy just does Toll the Dead on it, so the crocodile man has to make a wisdom.
Oh, does he?
God, I miss spells like Toll the Dead.
Does 6 pass your save?
It does not, as a matter of fact.
Then he doesn't just roll.
Bing bong, bing,
Bing
bong.
bong, bing, 7.
So
Whoa.
he takes not 7 damage.
Man, y'all
That's
are really starting to press the nose and buzz.
Sorry.
Started it. I may have started
Astra.
it. So I would like summon Prometheus down this hallway, 10 feet out from this crocodile on this thing.
Yeah, sweet.
I
So
can do
not
that.
not within 10 feet or at 10 feet.
At 10 feet.
Okay, you will be hitting your friend.
No, I don't. I don't have to. Right? Because I can choose this square rather than these squares. Laterally.
I see what Robert wanted him to be 10 feet away from me and still hit the crocodile. You'd have to be in this square, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, one more over.
Oh, this square.
Yeah, he'd have to be in that square. But you can't summon him
So
there.
I can't do it here?
You
Do it
can, but then
here?
you'll be hitting both of them and also Percy.
And what if I summon him here?
Then you'll be hitting him
no.
and Ren.
5,
Never
10.
reveal use a spell.
It's a
In close
little tough
quarters.
in quarters. But you also don't have to hit him with the 2d6. You could also just summon him out there and have him shoot some flame feeds. So that's for now.
I figured you had given up on the Prometheus thing, so I moved to give what's his name?
You're fine. I'm
Thank you,
going
boy.
to just.
Thanks.
Well, so my thing is like I've got burning hands. That doesn't help. I've got Prometheus. This doesn't help. So it's like the only thing that I can is firebolt or.
No, not Firebolt.
The only thing I can do is entangle.
So to kind of remind you of your new ability with Prometheus, like his summoning ability only does 2d6 damage. Not his best part. Like he gets infinite fiery teleport now that you can constantly just snap people out of big danger with. Keep relocating people in the fight, and it
How
heals
does
damage
that
each
like?
time.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it in tight quarters ever.
Well, you get to choose who you teleport out, right? And it just hurts whatever's left behind.
Or
You can
But their
hypothetically
range
teleport all of
is-
us back into this room. These guys have to funnel through this.
I'm not sure we want to fight in that room with magical things.
I agree.
Artistic conception piece.
Sure.
I think there's tactics available for most things that you want to do. It's just like you can't always use every spell in every situation. for
Yeah.
sure.
So the thing is like right now I'm looking at damage. Burning hands, angle, flaming sphere, scorching ray.
5 feet or 10. What is just bond meter?
If I do more damage with no, that's not true. If I shillelagh and a quarterstaff.
Bournemouth's good for moving people. Shillelagh is good for bond.
Shillelagh and
Okay. Who are you swinging at?
crocodile. No. There you go.
Make man.
17?
Hit.
And a quarterstaff is a D8, right?
Technically
With-
D6, D8 versatile, but with
shillelagh.
shillelagh, everything is
D8.
Add your wisdom bonus for damage.
6.
6 tentacles. Oh.
No.
Alright. Cybot. No. Bad lady with the glowy quarterstaff. Continues his frontal assault.
Where are y'all?
First one is a miss. 14.
Damage or
Okay. He slices twice at you with his scimitar. This is
Reptile.
Reptile going crazy at all the assailants around him. He like screams, the spittle going everywhere, and he like launches an attack at the crossbow, and then just like continues cleaving through this ethereal energy as it carries back over into Bryn. 23. Hit.
That's my armor class.
No, convenient. I'll re-roll that one. 9 damage.
That's one more than last time.
Mhm.
9 damage.
Your turn.
I continue stabbing him in the gut.
Okay.
Stab, stab. Stab, stab. Still have advantage on him or no?
Yes.
The barbarian. That's cool. I critical.
Oh, well, he probably will feel this one.
That one's gonna hurt. I'm gonna roll 6 ones.
Please don't do that.
Kind of action to force a like metal gauntlet on this. Make their hand. Rocky
Those aren't one.
That's so rude.
do you even have to do that? Do you have to-
They do have to be wearing armor.
I do 29 points of damage.
Ouch. That's one more than last time. A couple of times. A couple of times.
You
I
stab,
rolled a 1.
and you see a good portion of his abdomen and chest area just completely solidify into a stone as you pull your psychic dagger out.
He's a stone man.
He's still going.
What? Stone man. I swing
But
again.
Seems like tremendously afraid of your dagger
I
now.
roll a lot. Not a crit. 17 plus something. 5.
That's hit.
Roll a d4 for this. Significantly less damage. 5.
This time, like, you hear an audible tink as your psychic dagger once again punches another bit of flesh, and it just turns into stone, and he starts seizing up. And he, like, a panic look shows in his ruby red eye.
Falls over dead.
No.
Dang it. Look at that Tonky. He's a barbarian.
Yeah, Die Hard.
Cybot's turn. No. Percy's turn.
Percy's turn. My spiritual
Turn
weapon
to
swings
fire.
through. Also, I have spiritual weapon dice now. I got it for Christmas.
Oh,
Cute.
nice.
Ah, never mind. Fuck bad dice.
Bad dice.
I use
Bad.
my favored by the gods to add 2d4 to this dice. Actually, no, I don't do that at all. That would be real dumb.
Are you
It
a
just
godly
misses.
man?
It's 7.
Oh, that's a miss.
But
Did you roll with advantage, by the way?
I did not.
If you are favored by the
Huh?
gods.
No.
But do you use your favorite by the gods on that one?
No, definitely not.
Nah.
So use your lucky.
Why?
I'm trying to keep it low key. You know, I'm just gonna toll the
appears.
dead him.
That way
Wait.
you don't have to roll.
Yeah, I do toll the dead.
Found him on.
Why are you so unlucky, Ryan?
14.
I don't
14.
understand.
I think that's one more than my spell save. He makes it.
He makes it, but he's a scourge reptile-y thing. Astra.
Is it because you a
I
luck-based character?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
unfortunate.
swing at these.
McMahon. Cyber.
Four.
That's a hit.
8.
Ow.
And then I'm going to move.
Oh, you are.
I'm gonna move away from red. One.
Lucky.
You have moved. Step.
Double step.
Dancing. Combat. Great. He chooses to lash out at ye.
Sorry, but
Once again, but you seem to be able to read this man's like serpent-like structure very well. It resembles snakes in nature. You know those.
man, you
And
know so much about snakes. You
You know
can't
so
even
much
get hit by this guy.
He swings twice again and misses. But this mostly comes out of the tongue lashing out at you.
I do it back to him, but it's a little awkward.
Reptile
Reptile.
is running.
Well versed in UNT lore, she's like, "Those are awful nice human hands you have there," and he's like,
You hear a great hissing
Nice,
as
nice. I like that.
as he attempts to run down the corridor
I would like to make an attack of opportunity.
with your mind.
I call him a name. It's in Dwarven.
Cotton-headed ninny muggins.
Basically that, but in Dwarven.
Ah, okay.
And make a mental note to make
Aelf
sure
beef
to
or something.
draw my dagger the next time I'm in melee combat.
Ah.
I should just.
Wait, does
I
your
didn't-
crossbow get an attack of opportunity?
No, I don't think it threatens it square.
Oh.
like carry field daggers and
Hmm.
then like manifest psychic daggers on top of them.
The empty hands.
You could just be dropping a dagger and picking a dagger up every.
I got like a cutting board strapped to my side that I just stick the dagger in every time. the end of my turn, I draw it.
Yeah.
You mean
No,
a sheep?
the spiritual weapon doesn't threaten the square.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he
There's-
runs out, and then kind of emboldened by the fact that he just walked by 3 entities that refuse to strike it, and turns around and just throws his great boned cleaver at you.
And me?
Keep
Yeah.
in mind, there is never a reason to not have a weapon out. Just because you forgot to say it.
No, I mean, I
Doesn't mean
literally
your character's
mechanically
dumb.
can't.
No, my character.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
You weren't ready for him to throw a giant bone cleaver at you, and thus are critical.
Night, my friend.
9.
I mean, no.
That's the same amount you rolled last time.
It is. Not well formed in the art of throwing giant.
I got a
cleavers.
29 on my crit. He could at least gotten close to that.
I could change from 1d4 to 2d6 if you would like. And then he
Are you down?
continues running into the next room. He gets just to the doorway.
20,
What's the point if you're just gonna
to
turn
the
back
doorway?
into stone, huh? Go back to your home? Your crocodile man?
Right.
Well, my daggers are 60 foot. Like, wait, do I have to move to see him more?
You have your guard over there.
Okay, I pull out my bow and I take the 8 fire.
Oh.
Well, shit. Ooh, alright. I move forward.
Or you shake?
Wait, I know how mobile works. Got 2 attacks.
And this is real weird. So I could like use my bonus action to disengage. Average of 1. Or I could stab. Wait, can I take my bonus action stab first if I want to?
Don't think that works
With psychic
with
daggers.
If you were 2-weapon fighting,
Oh.
you'd be able to do that, but not.
Oh, I can choose when I use. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because I don't think it's. Yeah, no, this is perfect. I stabbed Snake Man.
Okay.
We got
He's
there. It took
done
me a
it.
while, but I figured it out.
Well,
We're ignoring that dice.
he probably reckless through that, right?
He did not make a reckless attack last time.
I rolled a 1.
Oh no!
Also,
You rolled
I
a
think
15.
I think if you took aim, you could just.
You rolled a 4.
Oh, you would have shot it normally.
That's defeats the whole purpose. So,
Yeah.
then I step forward into the base away from and throw a dagger at
You catch one giant looming back muscle as it's
13.
rounding the door, and you hit him.
Ah, thank goodness. 5, 6, 7 damage.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Max damage.
He busts out a jig as he finishes turning into stone.
Yay!
So, anyways, so you catch the dagger just disappears in him. You hear another chink resounding like down the hall, but it like comes back muted. And then also you just see the thing remain in the doorway, just completely solidified there, and it's blocking off entry into that.
There's worse places you can.
Spiritual weapon. Moves up.
Time for bonking.
Swings. It bonks. It actually maybe bonks this time. That's a 17.
That's bonking.
bonkin'. It's a bonkin'. Yeah, see, the spiritual weapon dice just gotta warm up. They have never been rolled before. That's a 9 points of damage.
Does the reptile?
And then I still think that I pull the dead this time.
Okay.
Pull the dead. He makes wisdom save.
You can see that seems to be very well versed in the ways of magic and protecting himself against them. He rolls, he makes 15 for the save.
That makes the save.
Oh, if he's a UNT.
If I were making an attack roll, would it be at disadvantage?
To make an attack roll.
If he has is magic resistance just for spells, right?
Yeah.
Or what? Just for saves, rather.
Just for
Okay.
advantage on saving against spells. Saving.
Advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical
I'm done.
effects.
I'm done.
That's why it's never spells or magical effects. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That actually makes my life easier because I've been waffling between Shocking Grasp and Toll the Dead this one. But now my turn's over.
My turn. Astra.
I think what I've been doing the whole time. Lately,
Jesus.
I don't actually have to. I just swing usually.
Yeah, you gotta say Shillelagh.
11.
I mean, your character specifically has to.
No, it's just druids. They all
One
do.
time.
11 misses.
Don't think that I'll ever forget the fight on the boat where Jazz was just like Shillelagh, Shillelagh, whack, and then she like ripped the dude in half
with your
with.
bonus section to just.
I do
now,
have lots of
telekinetic.
stuff.
This
I
character
can
does.
telekinetic, I can focus.
Anyways, Cybot's gonna take his turn.
Bot.
He's gonna connect! He swings
I recommend.
with 17. He swings with a 22. This next one is less. I don't know, let's swing. Both of those hit.
My armor class is 6.
Both of those hit.
Pretty good.
That'll be another 9, and that one will be a 4. A total of 13 damage. Are you laying over?
Yes,
Okay, it is,
Rin.
Rin.
I pull out my bow and shoot.
Oof. Okay.
60 no scope.
I spin around a 360 no scope him with 19.
19 is a hit.
Hit him for
HP.
15 damage.
Okay. Hope you some.
Me already? That's so
No.
fast. Well, first off, things first. My spiritual weapon's gonna give the snake guy a bonkin.
It doesn't take us an hour to get through a single round of combat.
Mhm.
It's a Strahd kid.
I mean, there's only 4 of us. It makes sense.
4? Oh, you're kind of bad guys?
Yeah.
Or your spirit can become
That's
spiritual weapons.
just a 9.
A 9
That
means
just stays.
yes.
Well, now I shocking grasp him. Zap for a natural 20. Haha!
He is a natural creature, so
I-
this makes sense.
I zap him as though I am 1 level higher than I actually am.
He doesn't seem particularly natural. The way he turned into stone when he died.
Ooh. How
This one's
about
not
14
Yeah.
damage?
Oof! Wow,
Nice.
nice.
Percy just like takes out the ritual dagger and then just like pushes the butt of it into his chest and zaps him.
You see smoke and tendrils. You smell burnt snake.
Burnt snake.
He is still going, but just so. He's bleeding from a number of wounds that have been bludgeoned into him and shot into him and bludgeoned into him, tapped into him.
Actually, technically, they're bludgeoning arrows, so
Yeah.
it's a lot of bludgeoning.
I like
I mean,
Astra. I actually remembered the bludgeoning arrows this time.
16.
I like how
16's a hit.
you take your
8 damage.
8.
you ruined my holy symbol. Fine, I'll just take your dagger and use it against you.
Okay, that is. He has dealt the damage. Reptile.
Rep.
Nope.
Side.
Psylocke. They're both reptiles. But this one, he's going to swing at you. 24.
Wish I could do something to save you. Brandon.
That's a 9 damage. He's rolling a 6.
An Earth elemental steps on you.
and he like whips around and attempts to bite the person.
It is not allowed.
What if critical?
It is not allowed. Make him not critical.
Okay.
I use my lucky feat.
Good choice of
He
lucky.
re-rolls his critical. And
You get to roll it.
probably takes the second dice. Wait. Okay, so since I can't use the gold dice because he's an NPC, and that one always crits when I use it on
Multicolored.
NPC. What?
The dice of fate.
Aha! A 6.
Ooh. That
He
is
uses that one.
miss.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't guess.
But he was gonna have so much. He he thinks he has you around the jugular as he's attempting to sink like almost 3-inch long fangs into your
He gets a
throat and
hairball.
like just trying to rip. And then suddenly, just like earthquake, and he misses. Like something falls off the wall. He's like, "What the hell just happened?"
It's actually just as Astra's falling over, her hand goes out, and the light that's on her bandage shines off of the snake dagger and up into his eyes.
I love how when we fail, he just paints his image, his major like swing. It swoops over his head, and he's just like, well, and earthquake.
I'm lucky.
It's lucky.
Listen, it's hard to go
It's
up with
magic.
the reason why you
But it's all-
mysterious
it's-
luck strikes.
It's only for NPC.
No, it's not. I just don't give my NPCs lucky.
Me.
You.
What happens if you pop a lucky and then they pop a lucky?
I don't know.
I don't know if you can with that.
I mean,
It's
Not that any NPC in their right mind have.
13.
13 is going to bludgeon this boy out of existence as he takes the hit. He falls over and just disperses in a bunch of little creepy crawly snakes that slither away.
If I remember correctly, it works the same as a board game. Same discussion. It works the same as Talisman, if I remember correctly. Like, if I use Lucky, he can't use Lucky on it, or something like that.
You gotta be the first to draw.
Well, I
So the
haven't
only
looked it up.
time the situation only ever comes up is when you're using it against a DM.
Right.
You know,
Or
I'm a
like
little-
player battle royale,
I'm a
where
little suspect of
where multiple-
anything that's like DM. You can't do this thing.
if it was like a player PvP thing where multiple players had Lucky,
Fair enough.
which would also just be like a nightmare in of itself. Because
Right. It's
if you're at the point where you're taking Lucky into a PvP situation, it's probably because you're about to one-shot kill someone.
It's probably because real and there's a
Mhm.
tournament called
Darn
Charms
Leprechaun.
at the end.
okay. The bad guys are defeated.
The bad guys are defeated. So is one of the good guys.
Oh yes, you did good guy. Do you have any legal means of dealing with that problem, or should we use the
Yes.
non-magical?
I do, but very likely tapped at. Well,
We could use
it
her health
may
potion.
be. Oh yeah, we just have health potions. Shit, do you use plug, brother?
Listen, I didn't know what was more important to you.
I will take off a health.
Plan.
I'm currently at a level 2 spell and 2 sorcery points. Means I either have a double cast of a level 2 spell, or I have a level 2 and a level 1 spell.
I'm at 3, so the likelihood of you needing healing or combat at some point in the near future is pretty high.
I'm very likely going to be double casting healing
I
word
mean,
at some point, but
I'm just gonna buy more health potions. Might as well
So-
glug mine
So
now.
for potion healing,
2, 4 plus.
I think you bought a spicier one. Right?
Did buy a big.
I didn't.
I was gonna
I
drink 2
didn't
of my
use that
HP
one because I
potions.
knew that you'd be mad at me.
7.
7.
The residual of me spending my lucky dice was like, don't use the big
You
potion.
said 2d4 plus 4, right?
4 plus 2.
4 plus 2. 44 plus 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
66 plus 6.
Why not? 88 plus 8.
13. I heal for 13.
You the bigums?
Oh, I just used.
Oh.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
I didn't have a big one. I just had 2 small ones. I just
Fair
drank them both.
Okay. So I do have.
It's cheaper that way.
Yeah, I have 2 regular ones and 2 healers kits, and then 1 regular one and 1 big one.
I just got rid of my small one. You have a big one.
I remember you got.
Oh no, it just went to the top. Potion of greater healing. It's in green. Everything else is block text.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Well,
You did it.
are you okay?
Do you have any?
Want my memory back? Ask her that.
Nice. Pretty hard hit.
When?
there.
As soon as you go to speak, you realize you cannot speak.
Brain.
Doesn't work.
Okay.
Stay delayed.
It's gonna make it real hard to cast spells.
At this point, I think you know the sympathetic / verbal delayed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean the fact that you're trying to speak and it's not working is a pretty big indicator of what's going on, especially since it's someone who couldn't hear and couldn't see, just like your memories, lady.
I'm gonna walk back inside and
Oh.
Yep. Follow along.
They tensed and ready to possibly an Astra from.
Oh, I was thinking that also makes sense, but I was thinking we're gonna go in there and she's just gonna already be dead.
Oh.
But that's fair.
You go in there. She doesn't give any notice that she hears you as you enter. Her back is currently away from you. She is attempting to pry open one of these barrels. Not so successful. You can see that the spigot, whatever, for the tap is like lying against the side. You see a couple like marred indentations on the side of the cask. The tap hammer is also laying on the ground nearby, disturbed from where it was previously. But
From personal experience, I know there's not really any way to not startle someone, and I'm going to walk around with wide berth of vision as possible and try and get her attention.
oh god, you scared me!
They can still talk. Cannot hear.
Indicate to my wounds. You good?
I'm good.
I visibly roll my eyes at her.
Sorry.
Turn to Ash. Go with this. I don't know if we have any options to get.
Lady can't see. Goes unconscious. Wakes up. Can't hear. Astra goes
Can't
unconscious.
Smell.
Wakes
but we
up.
didn't realize. She tried to smell something earlier and it didn't work. I remember
It's
she
true.
sniffed something on the door, I think.
You want to change the senses you're currently on?
Next time you can stop feeling.
Got there. Are you stage writing? Says, I'm going to kill all these Utherfuckers. Is that Sylvan?
Did you actually spell it M-O-O? O-M-U. that is acceptable way of also.
I attempt to.
You don't have that spell anymore, so it fails for multiple reasons.
I attempt
The
to.
curses removed your firebolts.
I attempt to make.
They have a verbal component.
You have telekinetic. You can cast Mage Hand without verbal or semantic components.
Oh,
Yeah,
very
Mage Hand
true.
appears.
That's very true.
Anything that requires a verbal component does not function.
Just, I'm gonna let you know. A lot of spells.
A majority of spells.
There are a selection. There was an old website where you could like filter by that
Like,
stuff. That was
On the D&D spells
Genre.
website, I think you.
Oh yeah, no, you can. I think you can.
It's not going to be
D&D
all.
Beyond, too.
I mean, you're going to be mostly okay, right? Like you can.
I mean, I don't know if Astra's
maybe
going
you
to be
can.
okay.
You're gonna be fine.
You can summon Prometheus
You can
with
still
that verbal
summon
ring.
Prometheus.
Oh,
It's
can
better
I?
than being blind.
Who advanced it?
Yeah, so you just summon it in its space. So, yeah, I mean, I think we just have to keep pushing on here. Then it's we go. I kind of mark
Wait, you
for
can cast Shillelagh? This
Rin.
filter just didn't. Dang it.
to check our next door. Good. Go ahead and talk. All of us. About the road.
Rope is an open door.
We go to the door we haven't gone. I check it for magical traps and go open and
Find no maggots or magical.
trap
Also,
beyond. I open the door.
Before we do that,
Wait. Can you even cast the spells that don't have verbal components because of Astra? Okay.
it's possible. Not that it'll happen, but
Like casting myself.
Alright, investigate for the non-magical forms of the traps that you would be looking for.
Would you like me to roll?
Yeah.
Yeah. 1. I open.
You opened it. Give it a good old college try.
I mean, hey, if it was regularly trapped, would I still open it anyway? Maybe. You don't know.
It's true. I do not.
That doesn't look good. Of course, ever was just.
More doors.
I cannot see these
what
in there. It's a stone cat.
Okay. Everybody make a religion check.
That's
Actually,
like
yeah,
a statue of a
including-
demon.
Including action.
Oh, I rolled really badly.
21.
Oh, I rolled really well.
Don't speak.
You know, I feel like due to my background, I should get a free bonus to religion.
I actually am giving you a bonus.
16.
Okay, that makes it with a bonus. Specifically because, and you also make it, even though so somewhere along all those obscure religious references, and you being in a monastery and having studied up on these kind of things, you guys recognize that you are in a Styxian shrine. Intertwined figures of demons and devils twist about columns in this room. There are 6 columns that are placed that lead up to respite upon the back wall. A visceral depiction of the savage brutality of the blood war. At one end of the room, there's a small font of reddish-gray stone that extrudes from the wall. The cistern is half filled with grayish water, enchanted as it is to act as the water of the river Styx. You recognize that people drink from this to consider this as a test of their faith and a sacrament. And on a wall above the font, the symbol of Asmodeus has been painted on the wall in blood.
Oh, these words.
This is the symbol
Pretty
of
cool,
Asmodeus.
Ooh, wow.
Asmodeus, Figaro.
What do I happen to know about that religious group? Anything? Like, what do they typically? Are they like? So they seem like bad guys. That seems like a given.
Like definitely bad guys.
You've heard of Asmodeus.
I'm more meant the river Styx. Styxy.
That's probably beyond that. This is like recalling a piece of obscure knowledge.
Devils.
I drink from this. As a devout religious follower of a.
Give me history, or give me an intelligence check. Come on. I believe
Are
in
you an idiot? I rolled a 19.
Okay, based on the case that you remembered from before, at the very beginning of this, you
I
remember...
have drinking from this.
You have drank from this.
Oh,
that memory comes flashing back. You remember having a wooden small cup in your hands. You dipped it religiously while wearing these robes. Drank from the cup.
I mean, Ilmater is a forgiving God.
And you briefly recall walking down in kind of like a fight state with your background.
Yeah,
We didn't have that same taste though, right?
I actually don't really know.
We didn't.
I don't remember offhand what Ilmater would think.
You did not recall having shed taste.
He has some like weird relationships with some of the other like evil gods that I don't remember.
I thought he was a mean guy.
Means guy?
Like, or an ends guy.
No. Not
He's a hardworking.
The forgiving god, but he's not really like ends god.
I thought that it was long as
Not in the,
Probably works in this sector.
I'll use this as an opportunity to have some more. If I can remember.
Well, so you said there's 6 pillars. There's this statue in the middle that was what?
He's actually shifted underneath. He was supposed to be back wall here. This was just the depiction of the yeah, the paper ship.
I was about to say, if that statue's moving, then I want to do something about it.
Mug it.
Well, this is honestly just more confusing than it might be. I'm willing to bet that we shouldn't drink that one. It should probably go
Shifty eyes.
go out this way.
We've got 2 doors, right?
Because here's the thing, I can bullshit my way through a lot of religious talk and studies, but the one thing that I do know is once you start paying tribute, it's real hard to stop. With the
Kool-Aid, you kind of
like that. One of the very few gods that I actually know about is one that if you praise her for the good fortune, or you praise her for the bad fortune that she gives you, then you're kind of under her thumb, and you have to just accept that your life is going to be full of that same bad fortune. I think we should just keep moving further in. Is there
You
there
guys
any
trying
like
to stop me? Hear the
have any reason to stop you from taking any of this? Was it technically holy water?
Yes.
um,
I think very specifically.
evil clerics can cast ceremony.
You are now wed to the reptile in the other room.
Oh shit.
I put it in my bag.
Okay.
This store? Well, what I was about to ask is there we're in a stony, dungeony sort of situation. Is there like dust on the ground that shows like where robes have dragged along it recently or anything like that?
Not recently. It seems to be a well-traversed path.
Okay.
Also, you
Leading
can
to
never
both doors.
forgive Asmodeus if you never meet him. You gotta meet him first, right?
How would
That
I be?
is-
So I would.
He's currently justifying something in his brain that I don't want to even think about. Yeah, I probably prod us towards like this door.
Jesus probably met the devil at least once in his life, right?
Alright, you go to which door?
This door.
Yeah.
We assign our resident door opener.
I actually don't know. I assume that that's the thing, right? Like,
I think you can open this door. I believe that.
we'll talk after. Hey, is this one of those portals that teleports us somewhere in Xanathar's hideout where we can spill the
Ribbit.
stone?
Okay. You find upon you a summoning circle with sigh relief. Demonic sigils have been painted onto the floor to form a summoning circle, tapping into the power. Circle could be you. You think. However,
Probably summoning.
yeah, there are two imps in this room, and they have spotted you, for you have spotted them.
I think I drank those health potions.
It's combat.
Combat.
Combativeness.
Do we have to roll initiative again?
Have time for combat?
It's good.
Yes,
Less than.
we have time for combat.
It's imps.
I
What are they
kind
gonna
of
do?
figured. I was just making sure.
Yes, we. Okay.
Roll for initiative.
I criticaled my initiative.
I got a 20.
I got a 23.
They criticaled their initiative. 23.
I have 16 decks.
The power of
They have 17 decks.
anime
Screw
and god on this
whatever.
side.
They can be side bud. I'm
They
I
not.
have
got what
Cybot.
you got minus 10.
You got minus 10?
Oh, she got you, but minus 10.
Oh,
A 13.
you got 13. Is there any other thing?
No, just imp.
So it's Imp and then Rin and then Percy and then Astra. That was easy. Look, I just.
Also, that's not showing up on.
No.
Can you post it in the Discord afterwards? Sweet. Imps.
Imps.
Can imps cast fireball?
About to find out.
They can. I think we're all dead. You know,
I mean,
this
that's just kind of a rule of life.
I mean, yeah, we are
We're at right
fourth,
now.
fourth level characters who've just been in a rough combat. So
That's check for spiders. Like, walk into a room. Can anything in this room cast fireball? If so, continue.
One of them flies up.
fly up.
That's
Also, I'm almost certain that I do have imp minis. Also,
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Um,
Come on.
what?
I'm straight chilling.
He bites. He goes to bite you.
Who?
The one who checked the door.
That's me.
Actually, did you check the door? You
He
chose
did.
the door.
He is
I am our door
Alright.
opener.
Alright,
I picked him up and moved him in front of the door and
Okay.
then hit him in the back until he
He
opened.
goes to bite with a 20.
That's a hit.
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Is it a spell or magical effect?
Nope.
Constitution saving throw, you said? 18.
Actually, hold on. Oh, okay. He's not biting, he's stinging you with
Yeah,
the
don't
tail.
like that.
It's poison stinger tail.
Yeah. You threw an 18, you said?
Yes.
Okay. You will be taking 4 piercing damage, and then... Six
Dang.
poison damage. For making your save.
10 total, right?
Yep.
Oh,
Take 10 damage.
Are these imps wearing tiny, adorable chainmail armor?
Or hats.
They're wearing Santa hats. This one is no longer visible though. You're a
That-
boy.
Imp things.
You can slightly hear the beat of his wings in the room though.
Literally can't cultists.
Alright.
I think they would just learn like prestidigitation or something, so they stop summoning imps that basically just sit there invisible, casting prestidigitation on shit.
I attempt to stab it twice.
Okay, you can stab at it.
First stab. 12.
12 is a miss.
Ooh. Oh, I guess I do have plus 2. Second stab is a 13.
That is its armor class.
Yeah.
Since you guys are fighting through the door frame, he is not threatened by.
Oh, well then I move in.
I think I
You
would change that situation.
But is he threatening us?
he's only threatening you. Guys like fighting with you.
what is that phrase?
No, so rogues, when you have an adjacent ally, they get sneak.
Yeah. Also, threatening has always been a thing for like attacks of opportunity. You have to be threatening something to get an attack.
Like spiritual weapon doesn't actually like exist in the space that it's in.
I
so
wanna-
you can just walk through that.
I want to
space.
fight bad guys either from far away so I can use my bow, or if I'm in melee, I want my ally to be fighting them too, because that's how I get sneak. I need my ally to be in melee. Which the only one who ever really is in melee with the bad guys is meleeing people generally.
This is why take aim is.
Which is why I usually use my bow if I can. But then they run up and stab me, and I'm like, go, gotta throw away. I did hit him, right?
You do hit him with
The
the
second attack.
Aw.
I hit him for 4.
You hurt him.
Yeah.
You stab him and he just like plummets a little bit and he starts flapping back
Are you
up to get
planning
back
on
up
doing
behind
any
you.
kind of large AoE ability over spell? Right, you can't even tell me.
I can't even cast any of those spells. I can summon Prometheus.
Yeah.
Percy's
I mean, he does fire it. I'm not done yet.
okay.
Moving in. You can't stop me.
I wish I could just like cast Shiloh.
Done?
Four.
Percy.
Percy in well, and it is that's definitely not just a choice between two, and I'm honestly. My gut feeling is that neither of these are good options. So I'm going to move over here, and then I'm going to move into this other side here,
Mhm.
so that we're flanking. And I Toll the Dead it. What I do. I also draw a dagger.
Okay. Roll.
Yeah, I guess it's my.
Rolls an 11.
Hey! It has been damaged,
Yes.
so I roll a d12 for 11 damage. How does that play? How does that look?
So
As far
imps are tiny creatures. They're really spindly and stuff, and they've got very thin membranes for wings. And everything just recesses, and it almost just hugs its skeleton as it just necrotizes on the spot, just immediately drops.
Oh, so effective. Cool.
It's dead.
I was like, man, they're like little weird demon devil things. I got necrotic or lightning. I feel like both of these are bad options.
No, it's dead.
Okay.
All right,
Hello,
Astra,
buddy.
say something. I'm giving up on you
Hello?
from down the hall.
Actually,
Does Toll the Dead require a verbal component?
It requires you to see the guys in.
Good point.
Also, I'm not. I can talk.
are you saying that it's my...
It is your turn.
Yes.
I can either prometheus or...
A dagger.
Do I see them?
You don't see them. You hear them. You know where they are in the room.
Oh, wait, so can I... No.
Run and grapple him.
He's like over here.
I attempt to thwart.
I think every single one of your spells has.
Oh, really?
So you could use your telekinetic
Ready for me to
to.
go through them?
They all have verbal nature. As a bonus action, you try to telekinetically shove one creature you see within 30 feet of you. Strength, so you
Yeah,
move
see.
5 feet toward. Oh yeah. Well, you could
Good dagger.
Punch it.
slap him around with a mage hand.
Punch him.
Grab Percy's boot, sacrificial dagger.
Spray holy water on it.
Just morphs into a giant.
But you do still just like have your quarterstaff,
that.
if you so choose.
Throw it in frustration.
Or like potentially grab.
I'm gonna not.
Okay, what do you want to do?
The prep and act.
Look at her. She already is chilled.
Pass my turn. Prep and act. Swing at anything that is within range. With
Imp.
is my shillelagh sword?
Yeah, you guys went back and talked
You
to
guys-
Red.
But listen, my promo and my left are my they get me out of.
Okay. Imp's turn. You hear the faint buzzing, flapping of wings, and like you feel like a tail just kind of like whisk over your horn as it reaches out and tries to stab at being advantage because it was invisible. Therefore, it has 13 to hit.
That's a miss. I have 15 AC.
It appears in front of you, like striking out with its stinger, and you just like, oh, we're not as invisible as you thought. Looking very upset over the fact that it misses. It waits your punishment.
I punish it. Justly. I stab it.
Uh-huh.
I attempt to stab it again.
Okay.
I get a 17.
That is a hit. This boy's probably.
I sure hope so. 11 damage.
That's enough. You stab it, and it just like paralyzes from the spinal injury you just gave it, and it just falls to the floor.
Of all the creatures,
it just blows apart in a red dust, desummoned from this plane.
Of all the creatures to either capture or mishandle, unfortunately, I think imps are pretty high on the list. I just realized today how much I apparently just despise imps.
Also, I'm allowed to murder them without it feeling bad.
Yeah.
You also can start atoning.
Probably how much you enjoy it probably has an effect overall.
Enjoy all parts of life, you know. A little bit of enjoyment everywhere. That's the whole thing.
All right, I think
I don't
that's
often get to enjoy killing things, though. Take it where you can.
That is where we will end the session.
Sweet. I got 19 HP and 26 or 19 HP and second level spell slot. I'm gonna make sure to write that down because D&D Beyond is
I'm at 6.
reliable.
All right,
We'll
guys.
be fine, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're fine.
Thanks for tuning in tonight. It was a lot of fun as always.
Yeah.
Our
I tuned in too.
companions are trapped inside the Styxian shrine, where they are making their escape.
Maybe.
Maybe. So, catch you next time.
This
Deuces.
Girl Scouts.
Who are we raiding?
I got. That's a great question.
Give us just a minute. We will send a raid.
Yes, join us on
Bye.